out of himself, gets rid of the pain of being a man. Caught here in a fiery blaze, won't lose my will to stay. I try to drive all through the night. The heat-stroke-ridden weather, the barren, empty sights. No oasis here to see. The sand is singing deathless words to me. Can't you help me as I'm starting to burn alone? Too many doses and I'm starting to get an attraction. My confidence is leaving me on my own alone. No one can save me and you know I don't want the attention. As I adjust to my new sights, the rarely tired lights will take me to new heights. My hand is on the trigger, I'm ready to ignite. Tomorrow might not make it, but everything's alright. Mental fiction, follow me. Show me what it's like to be set free. Can't you help me as I'm starting to burn all alone? Too many doses and I'm starting to get an attraction. My confidence is leaving me on my own alone. No one can save me and you know I don't want the attention. So sorry, you're not here. If it takes too long, my vision's so unclear. Now take a trip with me, but don't be surprised when things are what they seem. Caught here in a fiery blaze, won't lose my will to stay. These eyes won't see the same after I flip today. Sometimes I don't know why we'd rather live than die. We look up towards the sky for answers to our lives. We make it some solutions, but most just pass us by. Don't want your absolution, cause I can't make it right. I'll make a beast out of myself. Gets rid of all the pain of being a man. Can't you help me as I'm starting to burn alone? Too many doses and I'm starting to get an attraction. My confidence is leaving me on my own alone. No one can save me and you know I don't want the attention. So sorry, you're not here. If this ain't too long, my vision's so unclear. Now take a trip with me, but don't be surprised when things are what they seem. I've known it from the start. All these good ideas will tear your brain apart. Scared, but you can follow me. I'm too weird to live, but much too rare to die. How did it start? Well, I don't know. I just feel the craving. I see the flesh and it smells fresh and it's just there for the taking. These little girls, they make me feel so goddamn exhilarated. I fill them up, I can't give it up. The pain that I'm just erasing. I tell my lies and I despise every second I'm with you. So I run away and you still stay. So what the f is with you? Your feelings, I can't help but break them. I'm sorry, I don't feel the same. My heart inside is constantly.
This is XboxEra. We're an independent, community-funded publication focused on providing the best coverage and discussion of your favourite platform, Xbox. With best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and awesome merch, XboxEra.com is your destination for the best news, reviews, and features focused on what you care about. With shows like the XboxEra podcast, headlines, and a whole heap of Patreon-exclusive content, we're proud to be an independent publication completely funded by you. If you value having an outlet truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can become one of the cool kids by supporting us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us grow even larger. Thank you for your support. Everything Xbox Era does is only made possible by our community and the growing army of incredible Patreon supporters. Our executive producers and MVPs are an amazingly generous bunch, only shown up by the incredible support of our grand benefactors, Cryat56 and Assassin Entertainment. All of this under the watchful eye of our lovely Xbox Era CEO, Torn Raptor. This community is the best one on the internet, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra and pledge your support.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to episode 255 of the Xbox Era podcast. We're here to discuss the latest in gaming news from across the industry, but of course, we're focused on nobody's favorite platform, Xbox. Xbox Era is a fiercely independent and community-driven publication, and it's all made possible by our delicious patrons. Particularly big shout-outs to all our MVPs, executive producers, but especially our grand benefactors, Cryat56 and Assassin, and of course, our wonderful CEO, Torn Raptor. Today, unfortunately, I am your host, Special Nick again, because John, I think, was in a fire or something and he can't make it. But luckily, we are joined by Modern Vintage Gamer, MVG. Dim, how are you, mate?
How you doing, Nick? How you doing, Jesse? It's great to be back on the show. I know it's been a little while.
Yes,
but,
it has.
Am I still number one on the list? I'm probably like number 2 or 3 now.
Again,
like.
it's going to be, I reckon it's going to be close between you, Grub, and Rand. It's going to, you three are like right neck and neck the whole way, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, especially because Rand just randomly drops in. So it's kind of harder to remember him. He'll just show up.
Yes, out of nowhere. If he'll happen to be in the chat, he might see the conversation start slowing down a bit. He's like, put me in. He just jumps in and drags the show on.
Maybe I'll just drop in once or twice just to
you
keep
should.
the appearances.
Yes, you should. And of course, Jesse's here because Jesse's always here. How are you, Jesse?
Tired. They're always so weird. The first Berserker Kazan is out Monday. I'm reviewing something that's coming out soon, and I've got 2 days for it. So I'm very tired. Because and people are going to be like, wow, they only gave you 2 days. No, I must say, I just didn't know who to reach out to, because one thing you run into a lot with certain publishers, especially from non-Western countries, is you don't know who they're going to use per game. Because I'm working with Nexon, who might be doing the first Berserker Kazan. I'm also working with them on Liza P. But they use a completely different company for Liza P than it turns out they might possibly use for first Berserker. And finding all that shit out drives me insane. So outside of being super stressed, I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. I'm also tired because I made the mistake of listening to John, who recommended a TV show to me.
That is dangerous.
And I binged that show last night, so I was up till 2 a.m. I can't get that sleep back, unfortunately. That's it. I've lost that sleep, and I've lost it for nothing.
Speaking of John, I met John at GDC this year twice. I think he posted a selfie with the two of us on his Twitter account.
Yes,
he did.
It was great. It was great to meet him. I was walking down the street heading for my hotel, and I bumped into him and a certain other person too that we've both met before, named Tom Henderson.
You met Tom.
I did. Very, very nice guy. Shout out to Tom.
Tell
He's
me
in the chat.
Tell me though, he looks nothing like what you would expect.
Nothing.
Well, here's the thing, Nick. I agree with you, but you warned me about him before. Like, remember when we were in Australia, and I think you said that you met him at, I think it was Gamescom, and you told me exactly the same thing. Right. So I was kind of expecting to meet someone that I had no idea that I would actually connect with the person online. And but shout out to Tom. Good guy. I also met Andy from VGC as well. So
oh wow.
Yeah, I met a bunch of people
cool.
there.
Oh, that's cool.
Is Andy short?
No, Andy's pretty tall. He's way taller than I am.
That's what I thought. Because I'm so used to most of the people I have met are all surprisingly short. You know who was not short was Shinobi. He was a little bit taller than me. He was a very tall guy.
I haven't
really
ever met Shinobi before, but I've heard he's a tall gentleman.
He is, because I'm about 6'1", and he had a couple inches on me. I was like, oh shit, hi.
Really?
Daniel Bloodworth, who you probably know, he's very tall. We met him at the exact same time. They've been pretty much them and Paris, who introduced me, were the only tall people I met. Everyone else kind of short.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm bog average. I'm like the most average of heights. Not tall, not short. Just stuck.
Yeah,
like an NPC.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's like, it was John,
now,
Nick, me. We had a nice mix.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like just a steady incline. Now, I feel like the three of us have all been hopefully playing the same game this week. And I know
played
I've
it
been
a month ago.
Yeah, we've been playing it for a while, but we've not been allowed to talk about it. But now we can. We can finally talk about the fact that we've been playing and enjoying Assassin's Creed Shadows. How good?
It's good.
I'm enjoying it so much.
Yep, same. Mate, I'm a big Assassin's Creed fan. I've always been a big Assassin's Creed fan, and I've been just waiting for this one to come out. I've just ignored all the bullshit online about it.
Oh my god! And there's so much bullshit.
I've read nothing about it. I haven't even looked at any of the trailers, to be honest. I saw maybe the first reveal or something, but
even that was her just like jumping up on a rooftop with the red behind her. There was no gameplay or anything in that. So
yeah.
It is
enjoying it.
I'm in the same boat. I'm a huge Assassin's Creed fan. Played pretty much all of them. I think the only one I haven't beaten is Rogue. Just because of when it came out. I wasn't going back, and then it came out eventually later is when I finally started playing it. But for Ubisoft Montreal, they jump between calling themselves Montreal and Quebec in the reviewer's guide. But Ubisoft Montreal makes a bunch of games I really like. Unlike them, I like Syndicate quite a bit, but then I really loved Odyssey and Immortals Phoenix Rising. And them going into this one, I had a feeling that they were going to find that balance of gameplay, like making you feel powerful, but also better stealth than I think some of the ones have had lately. For anyone wondering, they do have, if you just want that classic one-hit stealth kill and not worry about the RPG number side of things, you can change that in the settings. So every assassination always kills, which does make boss fights ridiculously easy if you're Naue, because she has a couple moves that are just straight up do an assassination. Normally it only takes a chunk of health. But yeah, I got a 20-minute plus long review. I played for, I think, around 50 hours total by the time I did the review. I've done another 10 hours since. It's amazing. It's everything I wanted out of them taking the series to Japan.
Yep. That's I've been looking forward to them doing a Ninja Japan Assassin's Creed since I played the first two games. I'm like, this at some point this series has to have a ninja as the main protagonist. It's all I've ever wanted, and I've put about 8 or 9 hours so far, which is a lot for me. And oh my god, I've just been playing almost exclusively as Naue so far, because I don't think I've hit that point where you got to choose between the two.
If you're like min-maxing and just doing everything, you can probably go 20 hours before you actually unlock Yasuke.
Yes, and I'm getting easily distracted, which is a problem. But oh my god, playing as her is so good. Like, I love being a ninja in this game. So I'm just sneaking around everywhere and just taking people out, and it is so much fun. I love that it's got a performance mode, so I'm playing in performance mode.
You lose a lot with the lighting. I would suggest, if you do have 120 hertz display, like if you're playing on your OLED,
I do
40. I know you'll. The
I
moment
tried it, I didn't like it.
When you see the actual lighting between them two, it is crazy how different they are. Because there's ray trace global illumination in balanced and quality mode. And performance just loses that unless you're on a PS5 Pro. So it's a huge
I just
difference.
love my 60 though. I just love my 60.
I'm the same. I tried the 120/40, and I mean, it looks incredible, but I need those frames, so I just went back to performance mode.
Yep. So did I. I tried it. I did try balanced. I legitimately gave it a go, and it just seemed funny to me. Something didn't look right about it. So I just went back to 60, and I'm loving it. SJ just asked in the chat. Hi, chat, by the way. Sorry I didn't acknowledge you earlier. SJ asked in the chat, how's the story, Nick?
Did you put guided mode on?
Shit.
There are some points, if you're not going to pay attention to the cutscenes, you're going to want to put guided mode on, where it just tells you where to go instead of you having to find it. Because there are times you're not going to know what you're supposed to look for.
Oh, okay. I might have to, but I don't know what's happening. And this is one of those games where, unfortunately, sometimes skipping the cutscenes hurts because there was this bit at the start where I was just skipping. So you can. There's moments where you can full blown hold down B and skip the cutscenes, but then those interactive cutscenes where they talk to each other, sort of like Horizon, you can keep pressing B and they start going up, and you don't actually hear anything of what's being said. So I've just been skipping my way through those two. But there was this moment where everything seemed normal. I skipped the cutscene, and then all of a sudden Naue is on the ground, half dead, and crawling towards someone. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? I was fine a second ago. Why am I half dead? I was like, I don't know what's happening. So there was a couple of weird moments like that, but I'm like, nah, I still love this game too much, so it doesn't bother me. For those, and again, to be fair, the only Assassin's Creed I've played since 2 is Origins. So for people that love the first 2 and have been out of the series for a while, this is the one to jump into. Because they've even... Now, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't played enough Assassin's Creeds. But they've brought back the base building type stuff. So,
I mean, they kind of had
versions.
that in... Yeah, they had that in kind of Valhalla, where you could expand it. But this is a lot more... in depth, I feel like, than Valhalla.
Yeah, I'm full on building sections.
You can create an entire zoo, essentially.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I remember there was a base type thing in the second game, but a very basic and limited version of it. But yeah, in this game, it's full on, and you can decorate your base farm thing, and
you can decorate every wall, change every roof. Yeah. You can build pathways to all this other stuff, and yeah, it's very in depth. People who are really into building houses in The Sims are probably just setting the whole layout up are going to enjoy it quite a bit.
And I had to unlock straight away the ability to kill someone through a door. God, that's so cool. You just
I went straight to that one too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, you see their shadow and you just
Nick, you are going to always want to have a Tanto on with her, because that's when you get double assassinations. So the Tanto is the short blade. For Naue, she's got Katana, Tanto, and Kurusagame, butchering it. But the Tanto weapon, if you have that along with her hidden blade, you can kill 2 people at once in assassinations, and it feels
When do
amazing.
I get that though?
As you actually get through, I mean, the Tanto you should just start finding as you level up and get through the story a bit, because she's got 3 different types of weapons. He's got 5, with 2 of his being ranged. You generally just find them by playing through and leveling. Once you find it once, a whole tunnel drop. Sometimes you might need to buy it off a vendor, and that'll unlock it, and then you can get them. But yeah, once she's got those 2, whether say there's 2 people just standing there, and you do from behind slowly, or if you run at them, if they're not ready yet, and then she'll just quickly kill one and then stop and take the other out mid-run. It looks incredible.
That's sick.
Yeah. She is the best athlete and assassin the series has ever had. She is so ridiculously fast and good at moving.
Oh yeah, and some of there's just so much cool stuff you can do. I love how if you're in a bush, they come close to the bush, she'll blade them and drag them straight into the bush if you're close enough. I obviously played as Yasuke in the prologue, and he's just a fucking animal. He just goes through everyone.
He is the bosses that you would fight in previous games that were just incredibly powerful and could take a ton of hits. He is insane in just straight up. If you don't feel like doing a ton of stealth, or you know you're going to fight a boss and there's no avoiding it, he is brute. Like, he is ridiculously strong.
He's a monster. The thing that took me back, and again, people who play the series more often than me can tell me, is this the first time the series has been this gory?
This is definitely the most limb choppingest, but it has had it in the past.
I think it probably is, Nick. There's definitely been some other games that it's been a little gory, but this one obviously, you know, with the samurai blades and everything like that. This one's pretty full on.
It is. It's full on. Like,
and
Yasuke
some of
at the
the
start.
finishes, like the head decapitations and all that. Like, I'm trying to remember if I remember seeing that in a previous Assassin's Creed. It's hard to come up with something.
This is the most I remember things getting chopped apart. Like, you take one of Yasuke's, like, the big pole sword he's got, he chops both arms and then their head off. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man. It was full on. And she'll go behind him and just full slit the throat. You just see the blood, like, pissing everywhere and arms off, heads off. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, Valhalla had a lot of gore, but this is the most I remember.
Yeah. I don't have too many gripes with it. Like, and this might be my elite controller, to be fair, and that's why I don't want to say too much. Like, there have been some somewhat clunky-ish moments, but I believe it could be my elite controller, which is full-blown on its last legs.
Yeah, any game that requires a lot of bumper usage in an Elite 2, you're playing with fire.
Yeah. And I wish while you the prompt you see for the grappling hook to be used, LB, I feel like it needs to be more forgiving. It can get very finicky and picky with when it's like allowing you to just press LB to grapple up. That's one of my minor gripes.
Early in the game, you are in more beat up areas. As long as the place is properly built, it's really easy. But if, like, the buildings or anything are all beat up from the war and being destroyed, that's when it can be a real pain in the ass, from my memory.
Okay. But yeah, man, I'm loving it.
So but, yeah, I mean, gripes for me, I kind of agree with the grappling mechanic. It could have been a little better, I would say. And you know how you have to toggle between climbing and then swinging. That kind of got me a little confused at the start, but I've got that down pretty good now. The other thing is I'm playing on PlayStation 5 Pro, and I don't know if this happens on Xbox. You mentioned you're playing on Xbox, Nick. So it's 60 everywhere, but when you go into your hideout, the frame rate cuts in half.
That's even PC on cutscenes is stuck at 30. You can't get it above it.
The cutscenes I can understand because that's kind of a pretty common approach in games, but I can only assume because all the different systems are loading in the background when you enter the hideout. You got all the the build systems and all these other things going on. Yeah. It needs a little bit more processing.
By default on consoles, they turn every setting to the max that it can be when you're in the hideout as well. So for the cutscenes,
why?
And when you're in the, I don't know, because you're building up stuff and you want it to look nice and it's not gameplay dependent. You're never going to fight anyone there. So they're just like, we'll make it look as pretty as we can. It's like going to photo mode.
I always find it so jarring. Like when it happens, it's the first time it happened, I thought it was a glitch.
Same.
I was like, oh shit.
I restarted my PlayStation because I thought, there's some issue with my system. Because I've seen games that degrade over time, especially and I'm someone that puts my game in, I put my system into rest mode so I can jump back in quickly. So I was like, I'm going to just reboot everything. And I did that thinking it would fix itself, and it didn't. And I was like, well, this is maybe how it is. So just left it.
Yeah, I've run into that a lot in pre-release games when I'm reviewing them. If I use quicker zoom a ton before the day one patch hits, then they will start to chug eventually. But then the day one patch hits and it's normally resolved. But this one is definitely their choice. They, even on a as decently powerful enough PC, it was everything just gets locked down to 30 when you're doing a cutscene. And everything looks
Yeah.
Everything I would go from like 70-ish FPS to like 45 in the hideout because everything would just shoot up in quality.
Yeah.
Did you see Tom Henderson just jumped in the chat? What am I supposed to look like?
An old man.
I don't know. Not the way you do. I don't know, but not the way you do.
Older, wiser, I guess.
I don't know. Older than me? But you don't.
I don't even remember Tom's height.
Roughly my height, give or take. Roughly. Maybe a touch taller, if memory serves. I'd have to look at the photo of us.
Wow, he allowed you to take a photo. So, his face is it's dangerous if it gets out there.
Yeah, I haven't showed it publicly.
You said you got one, though. The Ubisoft ninjas are going to be trying to break into your phone to get it.
Right, if Microsoft hasn't done that with my OneNote, then I don't think we'll have a problem. But yes, we are all seemingly enjoying Assassin's Creed Shadows. I like it a lot. Unfortunately, it is a Ubisoft game, which means it's copying a lot of that stock standard. Like, I always say this, Tim, on the show. If any publisher in the industry is more of a punching bag than Microsoft, it is Ubisoft.
No
they
doubt.
They are the industry punching bag. They can't do anything right. All their games are the worst, even though Prince of Persia was last year's Game of the Year. Everything they do is just wrong. And it's sad to see because, yeah, I look at AC Shadows. I think the Metacritic sitting's at about 82.
Yeah, it's 80 or 81 now.
Oh, okay, which is still strong for normal people. But I feel like that's not truly reflective of how good this game is. Like, I've gone out of my way to read a lot of the reviews. Obviously, I haven't read them all because I don't bloody read. But I have gone out of my way to read a bunch of reviews, and there's this odd thing that I'm noticing with this game where you read the review and the words read like a 9 or even a 10. But then you see the score and it's like 7, 8. I'm like, hold on a second. Your words aren't reflective of that number to me, the way I'm interpreting your words. It's very odd and bizarre. It's just something I've noticed with this game. It's very, very weird.
It's happened with the series a lot. The series never really goes above 83 or 84 anymore. Like it used to. The first couple were pretty high. But there is a disconnect in gaming coverage and actual consumer wants, which is like most reviews will ding these for being too long. But most people want them to be long. Like Valhalla was far and away the most profitable, best-selling one. It had a COVID bump, obviously, but like people, when you're spending $70 on something, getting more time out of it isn't bad if that's what you want, because it does both. That's right, you can focus on the narrative and beat in about 30, or you can do everything and have over 100.
Yeah, but again, and this is part of the problem with our bubble that we're all in. Assassin's Creed games are like Ubisoft's COD or EA's FIFA/Madden, right?
Yep.
And as Matt Piscatella has pointed out on Twitter and Blue Sky and stuff, the majority of gamers, especially the more casual gamers, buy maybe 1 or 2 games a year, which was a lot like when we were kids. We could only afford a couple of games a year, and we obviously wanted as much time out of those games as possible. And that's who these games are built for. These games are built for those people that only buy a couple of games a year. Their CODs, their FIFAs, their Assassin's Creed. So they want as many hours of quote-unquote content as possible. Like, I bemoan long games too. But I'm not going to ding an Assassin's Creed game for it, because the Assassin's Creed games aren't built for guys like me that just want an 8 to 10 hour, 6 hour game. They're built for people to have as many hours because this might be the only game they're buying this year. Like, I feel like being too long is a strange criticism, or not a strange criticism per se, but it's a weird thing to maybe ding a game for when that's meant to be the case with this game, if that makes sense.
But isn't the story campaign smaller than than Valhalla, which was a
lot
mammoth campaign. Because I played, like I said, I played them all. I beat Valhalla. I think I'd maybe 100 hours on that game, maybe a little more actually.
That's the average, Nick.
So this one, I think they kind of toned down a little bit the main story. Yeah, so I don't know. Like I feel like you said, Nick, Ubisoft gets a bit of a raw deal sometimes when it comes to reviews. I think 82. I mean, 82 is probably about right. I would probably give it a little more than that. I'd probably bump it up to like an 85 maybe, but. And I've only played like 4 hours, so I can't sort of talk about any of the end game stuff and how the game kind of progresses. Maybe it does lose marks later on, or maybe it does get better. But at the end of the day, look, you're right. It's cool to kind of shit on Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed, no doubt.
It is. Yep.
Like I'm fine shitting on their executives. I just hate that it always carries over to the devs who. Didn't give in. Like they call Yasuke a samurai about 5,000 times throughout that game and his entire journey of becoming one. Unlike the execs who were trying to back away from it after the shitheads were going off. But where Valhalla, I think, was a solid 70 hours to complete if you really just focused on the main quest. This is like 30. So it is significantly less. It's just, I think a lot of the side content is compelling enough that most people are going to spend 50 or 60 before they get through everything.
Now, tell me if this is just me because I'm a weirdo dummy. But one thing that I noticed in this game, and I reckon it's really cool, is how the weather. This game has an incredible way of translating weather. Like when it gets windy and rainy, I almost start to feel cold myself. Like the way they've done it is like in most video games, you see some rain and it feels like it's just this fake rain because it's a video game. There's something very real and very authentic about the weather in this game.
It's all real. It's all real physical system they built. Like all that wind, the particulate it picks up. They went over it at Gamescom last year and I got to watch the presentation. And they are really computing the majority of that, and every raindrop is real. That's why you can see them all shift. I'm sure they fake things here and there because that's the only way to actually make it work. But the whole weather system, and especially the wind swaying everything, is all being in some way figured out as it happens. It's not just canned animations or anything. So that's why it feels so alive, and it kind of ruined some other, because I went from this directly into Atomfall, which is the other thing that I put out. And Atomfall is obviously a very small team at Rebellion compared to the 2 hours of credits that this game has, because the entirety of Ubisoft pretty much worked on it. But yeah, like I get so immersed in the world because Japan has some extreme weather. And when you see those storms rolling in and then it just starts popping off and the friggin' lightning's hitting everywhere, it feels more realistic than any game I've played before.
Yeah, it's so cool the way they've done it. We've got a super chat sort of about Shadows. Hush Al Ghul, is there a particular game mechanic or feature from Shadows that you'd like to see included in Ghost of Tsushima 2? I didn't play Ghost of Tsushima.
I did. I never liked the climbing and the kind of the mechanic in the first one. It was I wouldn't say it was busted. It wasn't, but it just wasn't very good. So hopefully they can kind of make that a lot better this time around. I mean, the parkour system in Assassin's Creed has been on lock since like the second game, right? And they just kind of make it better and better every time. So I'd like to see maybe they can focus on that side, because the thing I didn't like about Tsushima 1 was the climbing stuff. It was just so janky. Didn't like it.
I've seen some people complain there's no jump button in Shadows. I'm like, no, that is a good thing because the game just always gets it right for you. And you can, it's really hard to make jumping, like as much as I love Elden Ring, the jumping in Elden Ring is great in combat and then feels really weird in like any platforming or anything. So
okay.
I don't want to make it like a whole company thing, but a lot of the climbing in Sony stuff hasn't felt the best. Like I've never really been a huge fan of it in Horizon for all the things I like about their games. When you said the climbing, I was like, oh yeah, that is my main complaint with a lot of their games.
Look, I haven't played Ghost of Tsushima, in Horizon, it's my only gripe in Horizon was just that the climbing was so restricted.
Yeah.
Once you've played Breath of the Wild and Assassin's Creed, going to Horizon where make sure you're climbing on that yellow thing, it was just felt very restrictive. I don't think there was anything wrong with it in how it felt per se. I just didn't like how restrictive it was. Ditto Uncharted. Nothing wrong with how it felt, just very restrictive in a post-Assassin's Creed Breath of the Wild world. That's all. But yeah, other than that, it was fine. But I mean, we've spoken a fair bit about Shadows. Yeah, we love it.
And I do think I really like the story. Not that it matters for Nick, it'll matter for Dim. I think the story is really good.
I have no idea what's happening.
It's a very different story setup as well, in that that quest board is going to get way bigger than you think. Like, I probably had like 30 things on it by the end, 30 separate quest chains, and the way you see them makes it feel like there's so many more quests, even though I bet you it's probably less than Valhalla. But I really like the way it's laid out. So you just always see everything you've done, who you've saved, who you've killed. Every little region sort of being its own bespoke area that then feeds into the greater narrative, which by the end does eventually feed back into the Assassins and Templars stuff. For anybody wondering, it is.
Can I ask you something?
It's not huge though.
I don't know if Dim has even used this mechanic yet, but can I ask you something? Do the scouts actually work?
Yes.
Am I doing it wrong?
I've recruited a couple of them, but I haven't really used them yet. I have recruited, I think, 2 of them so far.
Yeah, the main mechanic you'll probably use if you're not using guided mode is you need to look at the prefecture, then the region, and the prefecture, and then the area there. And then you hold X on the map, and it will try and scan and get you your location.
Yeah, but I've sent scouts to certain missions, and I don't know if they did anything.
A lot of that stuff happens when seasons change. So when you send them out, when you mark things inside of areas for them to collect, all of that happens when the seasons change, which is based on how many missions have you done, how often have you fast traveled. Then it'll pop up in the map. You can choose chain season, or if the next time you fast travel, it's probably just going to do it automatically anyways. And seasons aren't just spring, winter, autumn, summer. It's like a third of each. So you like have early spring, full spring, late spring. So you go through a lot of the year. And it looks nicely different every time as well.
Okay. All right. Well, so far the scouts is the only thing I'm not quite clicking with. Like, I've recruited a bunch of them and I've been sending them out to do stuff, and I'm waiting, and I'm like, when am I going to get something back from these scouts?
Yeah, I always remember it was
back anything.
The end of the season is normally when everything would you'd get them all back, because they come back, so you get them again to use them, and you get whatever they had. Maybe like set things to collect a bunch of crops or something in a castle.
Okay. I know we've been talking about Assassin's Creed, but I have one more question for you guys. How are you playing the game? Are you playing with Japanese Japanese voices and English subtitles, or are you just playing with English, with English voice?
It was just set to English automatically for me, so I just left it. I skip it all mostly anyway.
Well, yeah, you do. What about you, Jesse? Because I'm playing with Japanese audio, English subtitles. Because when I watch like Shogun and all those awesome shows on TV, anything that's like Japanese or Korean, that's I'm always going to put it in its native language and then just turn on the English subs.
So this was an interesting one to review, because we had a week on GeForce Now, and thankfully with their cloud saves, we were able to do everything. It was a little fuzzy, and so constantly reading the subtitles on GeForce Now was giving me eye strain. So I swapped to English, because I started on the immersive, where it's Japanese and Portuguese whenever the Portuguese are around. So I went back to English, and then when I got the PC and Xbox versions, I went back to immersive. And I did canon mode as well, because as much as I appreciate all the extra work they do to let you have the choices if you want that, those choices in Odyssey nearly killed me, because I wanted to keep my family alive, and I did, which is really goddamn hard. But I was like, just give me the narrative and let me enjoy this. So I was Japanese audio, the immersive audio and subtitles when it was easy to read.
Yep.
Okay. All What else? So, I mean, we've talked a fair bit about Shadows. We're already half an hour into the bloody show, and all we've talked about is Shadows. Now, Jesse, you also reviewed Atomfall?
I did. It's the thing I'm going on that DLC podcast for tomorrow. Atomfall is the latest from Rebellion of the Sniper Elite and Zombie Army fame. Actually, Zombie Army 4 is an amazing game if you have anyone to play with. Atomfall is their kind of immersive sim. It is you could just kill everyone in this game and you can still finish it. First person survivally crafting, but it's not Minecraft. You're not punching trees. You're just finding shit in the environment and using a menu to craft things you're going to use. You never craft ammo. So ammo is scarce because it is set in 1962 England or a few years after that. So mid-60s England after the Windscale incident, which was like a nuclear thing. This is an alt history where that went real bad. And there's some kind of supernatural weird shit. And you wake up not knowing who you are. And at that point, you can either be the nicest guy, be the most murderous guy, but it's all about your freedom of choice on everything. More melee focused and essentially a big old detective game. Because this one does have difficulty options for anyone wondering. It defaults and tells you to play on hard, which is where it is by far its best. Because otherwise, I bet you on easy, I could probably beat this game in like 2 hours. Because it is really, it's entirely built on knowing when to avoid a fight, sneaking around, like it's super stealth focused. Because you're just a regular person and you're kind of weak. And if you get hit 2 or 3 times, you'll probably die. If you get shot a couple times, you'll probably die. So it's all about taking your time and trying to solve the mysteries of what's been going on, who the hell you are, because you woke up with amnesia and have no idea, and how do you get out? There's a whole bunch of endings. I think I found 4 or 5 now. I think someone said there's 7. There's even a couple I haven't. There's probably one for killing everybody, which I did not do. I killed most people. It comes out on Game Pass on the 27th. Day 1, but it actually comes out day 1 if you do the deluxe upgrade on Monday. So very
I just saw
fun.
a cricket bat.
Yeah, lots of melee to start. They said you won't have that many guns, but halfway through you'll have plenty of guns, and the shooting's pretty good. The only thing I'll have to say about the Xbox version, looks and runs great because it's cross-gen. It's still an Xbox One and PS4 and all that. You have to turn spatial audio off on console at launch. They're trying to fix it, but your game will crash. Mine did 30 times before I read their review guide that said, hey, by the way, turn spatial audio off on console. And then it was perfect. There's no problem. It just didn't sound as good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But yeah, that's coming to Game Pass next Thursday, I believe. And I quite liked it. It's very different. Like it's hard to, like a lot of people are like British Fallout. And it's like, nah, this is nothing like Fallout. It's there are discussions and you make choices on how you're going to get through quests and stuff. All the footage from any review you've seen should be from the first 2 or 3 hours, because so much of this game is experiencing and finding everything out for yourself. So I would highly recommend, don't watch any playthroughs or too many reviews or anything beforehand if it looks interesting at all.
Okay. So you reckon 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours in easy mode?
25 on hard. That's literally how different the game experience is. But you won't know what to do now, Nick. Like, I know what to do, so 2 or 3 hours for me. Your first time through on easy,
right. Okay,
I don't know, like 8 or 10. But it's also going to be kind of mind-numbingly boring, because the game is built around, at the very least, don't go below normal or anything. Like, it's not fun if it's not hard, because otherwise it's like 4 or 5 small maps. Like, a lot of the difficulty is in getting through them without dying, finding out where to go, figuring out what to do, and all that is just, it's a lot more enjoyable on hard.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Dim, is there any other games you were playing that you want to talk about, or?
No, I wasn't able to play much this week, obviously, but Assassin's Creed, that's about it. I'm still playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I'm getting close to wrapping that up. I've got like maybe 100-something hours into it. I was hoping I'd beat that before Assassin's Creed, but mate, once that code came in, I was like, I got to jump on Assassin's Creed. So I'll circle back and finish that up at some point. But that's about it.
Well, yeah, you have been busy, so let's talk about why. How was GDC, mate?
GDC was very busy this year. So this is I think it's my 5th year in a row going.
Nice.
So it's always busy. But a couple of things I noticed this year that were a little surprising. It was definitely less busier this year as far as the amount of people and the companies that did not attend this year. So normally when you go to GDC, the big kind of central point is the expo hall. It's called the Moscone Center in San Francisco. And it's kind of like there's just all these booths everywhere. It's kind of like E3 in that regard. There's a lot. There's a lot of big tech companies. Obviously, this year there was a lot of focus on AI. Of course, all these companies were pushing their AI solutions, big and small. The thing that was very apparent though was the larger companies didn't spend any money on booth space. So there was no big Unity booth this year. Normally there is a massive Unity booth. There was no big Unreal Engine booth. Normally there's a massive Unreal Engine booth. Literally they're kind of next to each other. So the show floor itself was only about 3/4 full, and I took a photo of like a bunch of empty floor space, and I've never seen that before. It's usually packed as far as who turns up there. But I think ultimately a lot of companies don't want to spend the money on booth space at the moment. I think they're just, focusing more on, just conducting business. And I mean, Unity and Unreal were at GDC this year. Don't misunderstand me, but they just didn't have that big floor presence. So they were still set up in various hotels. They would basically just buy a block of suites and conduct their business out of hotel rooms and meeting rooms. But for me, it was good. It was a good show. I think the great thing is, even though the big players weren't really the main focus, it was good for smaller double A's, indies, smaller companies like us. Lot of business for us. We met with Capcom, Sega, Konami, Atari. Met with some media outlets. A lot of focus on new business and talking to existing partners. But Nick, I know you're a Sega fan, so I had dinner with 2 Sega legends, right? Hideaki Kobayashi, who's the sound director for Phantasy Star Online 2, and Mitsuyoshi-san, who's done the soundtrack for Daytona, Virtua Fighter 2, Shenmue.
Wow.
So I had dinner with these guys. They were fantastic. We were drinking. It was awesome. It was probably my highlight of GDC this year. I went from serious game developer to just fanboy. Complete fanboy. So it was a lot of fun hanging out with those guys.
God.
We also did a panel as well. My first ever GDC panel.
Yes, I saw pictures.
Yep. On Thursday, it was about retro game capture and how it's kind of evolved over the years from the early days of, screenshots in magazines to, modern technology like emulation and things like the RetroTink upscalers and all that stuff. And we had on the panel, we had Mike Micah from Digital Eclipse, great guy.
Oh, wow.
We also had John Linneman from Digital Foundry was on the panel. We had Audie Surley, who works at Limited Run and also does work for Digital Foundry, and Mike Chi, who's the guy that's done the RetroTink upscalers as well. So we had basically everyone who's in the know with this stuff in one panel. So that was really awesome. As mentioned, I met John, Tom Henderson, Andy from VGC, Grant Kirkhope, just a bunch of people were there.
Oh, wow. Grant Kirkhope.
Yep. I've spoken to him before, but I never met him in real life, and it's great to meet him. Met a bunch of other people as well. It was it's very, very good to go, but it's also very, very exhausting because, like I said, the focus isn't just the expo hall. There's different companies. They're all set up in different hotels, and you're basically walking a 3-block radius all day to get to your next appointment. So I did a lot of walking. Did a ton of walking. I did about 20,000 steps a day, and I usually do, I don't know, 8 to 10 maybe. Some days I do like maybe 5,000. So you're on your feet and you're moving around all the time. But good show. And yeah, I am very, very tired though. I got back yesterday. I played Assassin's Creed for a bit and I literally passed out, slept for a long time. And but yeah, it's good. It was a good show for sure.
It sounds like it's E3 for developers, like a developer E3.
I would say that is a really good way to put it. And it's not just for developers. I mean, obviously media is there as well, and a lot of, and also, I mean, I think anyone can buy a GDC badge. So there's a lot of college students that are looking for work. They're basically, and there are a lot of people that indie developers that have games that they want to pitch to publishers as well. So there's just so much business that goes on, a lot of meetings that goes on, and it's kind of crazy. But yeah, calling it like E3 for developers is probably a good way to put it, I would say.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Did much news come out of GDC this year?
No, not really. And I think I read somewhere about how there wasn't that many reveals at GDC. But the thing is, I'm thinking about it previously. I can't really remember GDC ever being a platform or a conference to make any type of reveals. I know in the past, like Unreal may have been like Unreal version 5.632 is available. We're launching it at GDC, but I think for any game specific reveals, I can't think of any time GDC was the platform for that.
Yeah, the only things that really hit the news were a couple things we have later: the Union in America and the accessibility. All the major publishers getting together to work on accessibility. Like those are the type of things I remember out of GDC. It's not like a Gamescom or
it's just not the right platform for it.
And a lot of people, a lot of insiders who are consistently wrong about everything lately, and it's really funny. We're saying, "Ooh, there might be an Xbox branded handheld showing off at GDC." I'm like, why would that be showing off at GDC? What are you talking about?
Yeah, no,
no Xbox branded handheld. But while we're sort of on that topic, so there was an image I think Xbox themselves posted it.
You know who found it first?
Happened.
Who posted first and got none of the credit was Senor Bean on the XboxEra Discord. Noticed it. I posted an article pretty quickly because they had their mock-up UI and it just showed Steam in it in the Xbox UI. Not Stream, but Steam.
But wasn't the Xbox UI? It was for the Xbox app, was it not?
Yeah, so it was the Xbox Everywhere UI. Like this looks like the Xbox PC app, but it's on everything, and they had all this stuff in there. I have the original image still.
Yeah, so the way I took, because a lot of people started going, "Oh, Steam's on Xbox." I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that's what this was. This to me seemed like Microsoft/Xbox's attempt at doing what GOG 2.0 does.
Yep. So, I think you're right. I agree. They're just kind of integrating it in, and they're just kind of making it a seamless user experience, or at least as best they can, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're right.
This is what I've always wanted. I've said it for years on this show. Like I would be more inclined to focus, like to go back to having a gaming PC again, if someone could unify everything in one place.
And that's what the rumors are for this. So the rumors are there's no Xbox and PC app. There's one universal app that is the one universal SKU, as in the rumor is you make an Xbox game, you're essentially making a PC game. Then you have the locked off specs for the next generation of hardware, which is just a PC. And then they'll use emulation to give you your back catalog. And this is essentially because there's already Epic Games and Ubisoft Connect, and I think EA Play are already in the Microsoft Store. You literally just install the launcher there. They don't take a cut, anything like that. And this would be essentially the same thing. They get around it legally because it's just it's just Windows. It's just using Windows. They already have all those licenses. You're just launching Steam and playing Steam. But it would be everything. Like they've got their consoles here, they've got their handheld, their laptop, their phones, their tablets, like everything here would use essentially this UI because it would all just be one thing. So that is, they took this image down a few hours later and put this one, opening a billion doors with Xbox, which is more classic look on the UI.
Yeah.
But I had this first, damn it.
Yeah, we did. I didn't know that. I just woke up and someone had sent me a DM saying, "Look at this." And I was like, oh, cool. And then I sent it to Jesse, and Jesse's like, I posted that. It's like, dude, I just woke up.
Well, no, you said don't talk about this on air. And I was like, that was funny.
Because that's the person who sent it to me said that. So I had literally just woken up. It was like 6:50 a.m. for me on a work day. And I woke up to this DM, and I sent it to you. And I saw you playing. I sent it to you. I had no idea. But yes, it's I hope Microsoft can pull it off. I really, because I've tried GOG 2.0 and it's close. It almost gets there, but there's just little things like. So I've got GOG 2.0 on Mac, and like a lot of the connections are broken, and they continue. Like Ubisoft, the connection to Ubisoft just doesn't work, so it won't integrate it into the library. Steam and PlayStation quite often just randomly disconnect, and you have to reconnect them again. It's the only ones that can. What?
It's definitely better on Windows. I wouldn't be shocked if there's just not that many Mac games or people gaming on Mac in comparison that maybe it does get the amount of the same work behind it that the Windows version does.
Hey, Shadows is on Mac, and Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown are on Mac, mate. That's it. That's all that matters. Lost Crown, best.
You wouldn't play it on your Mac though. Come on, you'd fire up the Switch version. Right?
I've got it on Xbox anyway. I did say to Jesse, I said, let's try and get Mac code so that we can say, hey, we've got a Mac user. We can talk about the Mac experience with Ubisoft games, but they don't send us Mac.
They were interested. They didn't have it. It wasn't ready. The just Windows, Xbox, and PC. No Mac.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's a shame. But yeah, this is interesting. Do we think that this may lead to Steam integration in a future Xbox console?
Maybe. I mean, it seems like that's what they're trying to get to a point where they can do that. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for them to actually make it, but I would say this is step one, right, of that process. You got to get Steam integration in first into the app, and then kind of go from there. But I think that's the goal, right? To basically get that into the Xbox itself. But you know,
that's why everything's
may take a bit to get there.
That's why all the rumors are 2027. And Jez, in his article about this, added a little extra where they would be moving from the Era environment into Win32. Because all the old stuff would probably, I think Tom Warren has said before, potentially run via emulation, but then everything new is you make a PC SKU, you get an Xbox locked off version, you get your PC version, and then whatever their future cloud hardware is, it runs on there too. Like you just make one version of this game and you're going to get it on all this different stuff to try and get even more, because the third-party support's roughly the best it's ever been. There are way too many games coming out. They missed some big hitters, but on the whole, I think they just want a box that pulls everyone in to play whatever they want, even if they don't get a cut, because then you can just constantly advertise to those people and they just get used to using your hardware.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Wouldn't they lose money by allowing Steam and Epic and all that into an Xbox console? They would technically lose money because people would they'll just buy on Steam
because
instead of buying it on Xbox.
I don't think they're going to lose money on hardware next generation. I think that's like it feels like a given, especially when the Pro went to 700. Like I wouldn't be shocked if future hardware, if the good under the console Series X replacement that Jez has said has been funded is like $800 to start, and then the OEMs to keep them happy because they'll be pissed if you give a super powerful PC for that price. Then they can have the Lenovo ones a little faster. Like they have to hit the min spec, but the Lenovo one's got a little bit more RAM and it runs a little faster. And it's like $1,200 or something like that. So,
I mean, they might lose money, Nick, but I think at the end of the day, they just want you playing on Xbox, and I think that's the whole goal of this, right? You have one system that just does everything for you as well, at least as much as possible. So I think maybe that's kind of the thought process. They want to get as many people on Xbox, whether that's, TVs, phones, cloud, hardware. I think that's ultimately what they're looking for. And then once they've done that, they'll kind of work out how to start making money on it, but I would say that this is a something that they've been trying to get to for a while. So yeah, I think it makes sense, getting Steam on the platform.
Yeah. So so then that begs the next question, because I've seen a lot of discussion about it on Twitter, and maybe you, MVG, might know more than most on this. So for example, a publisher can block their game being available on, say, GeForce Now, right? Can a publisher block one of their games being available on a device that Steam exists? So could Sony, because obviously the thing everyone now goes to is, oh my God, I'll be playing PlayStation games on an Xbox. But does PlayStation have the ability to block a game being playable or available on a specific device or platform?
We have done some stuff on Steam. We've definitely released games on Steam, and I will say I'm not an expert on the back end, but from my understanding, I don't think there's any hooks in place to do that currently. I think if you drop a game on Steam, it's on Steam, and that's it, know. But that may be something, because I think you're right. I think something may come up where they have to make a change. But at the end of the day, do they even need to do that? Because Steam doesn't care. Like they want. I
know Steam doesn't.
So it's not really up to them to provide the back end changes to allow for a particular game to not be available on a particular device, right? So I don't know how that looks, or how that would look, but yeah, it's an interesting question, because you log into Steam and you've got like God of War Ragnarok on there, you've got Spider-Man 2, you've got Days Gone, you've got Last of Us Part 2 on there.
Yep.
That's a great question.
Horizon.
Yeah. Horizon.
And Steam's, and it's not just Steam, it's also, they've got games on Epic, they've got games on GOG.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
But then again, the flip side to that coin is, do you think Sony would care? Because if you spent the money picking those games up, I don't think they really care that much if you're playing their game on a certain platform.
See, I disagree. Paris brought this up on Twitter, and I said to him, I personally believe Sony would care. That's just my personal belief.
For the stores, it is a Windows license. Like it just works on Windows. As far as I know, there's no hook outside of making sure you have the hardware capable of it. Like if you're on a 20-year-old system, it's going to say not supported. Other than that, the launchers just launch the game on there.
No, I know all that. Yeah. I'm just saying, I personally feel,
I don't know how they could.
I'm just saying that if, and it's a massive if, because I don't know the technical side of it, I personally believe that if there is a way to block their games being played on specific devices, so if it exists, Sony will try and find it. Go.
Valve's biggest customers, it's all in Microsoft. I don't think they'd want to piss off Microsoft just to make Sony happy, and they've already got all those games. Valve is generally, we don't give a shit in their territory. They'll let anything on there, and it just works across everything. All those games are also on Epic. They'd have to get Epic to say no to all of it. All the GOG stuff, you can hop on.
I know, but it's all ultimately.
But you can hop on Boosteroid right now and play Sony games through an Xbox. It is there.
Okay.
They only did it in GeForce, but everyone did it with GeForce because NVIDIA didn't get the rights to stream any of that stuff. So every company said no.
So what you said is what I was just about to allude to. Everything is ultimately built on licensing.
And Microsoft would have it because those are Windows launchers, and if it's just Windows, then it's just Windows. At least that's what I've been told from the legal side of things. It's not a different operating system. It's not bespoke hardware. If it's using the Windows kernel to run this stuff, it's just Windows. So that's where you don't have to worry about licensing issues for them.
Yeah, I'm on the fence about this one. Nick, you definitely bring up some good points, and you're right. Sony can be very picky about stuff like that, right?
And petty. They can be flat out petty.
Sure. The other side is, though, I think we're thinking about Xbox as the hardware itself. But what if I buy an LG TV and the Xbox app's on there, right? and I don't have any other game systems in my house, but I want to play Spider-Man 2, I should still be able to purchase it on Steam and then just play it on my TV, off my TV, right? Via cloud, whatever it is, xCloud or whatever, or however they provide it, or maybe it's native. I don't know. But do you know what I mean? Like, why would they not let you purchase a game based on where you're playing it from? If you're playing it from Xbox or the Xbox app or something like that. That's the part that I'm not sure about, because at the end of the day, these Steam DB charts, you know, I feel like is the most important thing to a lot of publishers and hardware makers. Like, if your game is on the Steam DB chart somewhere, you know, that's number one. So, but again, honestly, it could go either way on this one. I'm not trying to sit on the fence. I think it's
it's all new, so we just don't know.
It's an interesting conversation, because you're right. Sony could easily just say, no, we don't want that. Get that stuff off Xbox. We don't want it.
That's what I mean. Like, again, and I'm not trying to be a smartass or anything like that, but Sony still firmly, I don't know if this is the right phrase, but Sony still firmly believe in the console wars. They still believe in the console as the be-all and end-all. They still see the value in the console. They still believe in all that sort of stuff. Rightly or wrongly, I don't care. I'm not talking, it's not my opinion one way or the other on that. But Sony themselves has said the console is still the focus. They want to give you reasons to buy the console. If there was a future Xbox console, not an Asus partner product, I'm talking about an Xbox console or a handheld hybrid, whatever, and it has the ability to play my Steam and Epic library, which therefore means I can play my PlayStation games on this Xbox. Why on God's green earth would anyone buy a PlayStation? Like, think about it. I'm not trying to be a smartass here, but if you think about it logically, if this Xbox device that is made by Xbox and plays my OG Xbox games, my 360 backwards compatible games, Xbox One, Series games, Steam, Epic, all of that, and those Steam and Epic games thereby include all those PlayStation games, why on God's green earth would anyone buy a PlayStation?
And you see why Microsoft's trying to do what they're doing, but also all the partner hardware is the exact same. It all plays everything. Like, that's the whole point of it. The Xbox OS hardware is the exact same as the Xbox. It just can be better and more expensive. So if you think of like NVIDIA, they've got their reference card. And then you look at Asus's balling one that's got liquid cooling and all this shit, and it's $300-400 more. Like, that would be the partner devices could do that to make them make more sense. Partner handhelds, because they're already doing a Legion Go. So as long as you get to the minimum spec of what they want, you have an Xbox that is also a PC, like the hybrid thing. And it's not that you don't need any different versions of anything. The whole idea is it's essentially a PC, but they've reworked and married the Xbox OS into it in a way, probably via emulation, that you get everything you used to have. All your old games still come over, probably barring like Kinect games and shit that just you won't have the hardware to support. But whenever it's playing a PC game, it's just Windows. So that's why that would supersede or have any problems with, there would be no problems with licensing, because it's just Windows, where all those launchers, as long as it's a Windows device, it works. Like, it's their platform. And the whole point of it is being open. And like, there's no, as far as I know, from the people who are far better informed than me, if it's just Windows, then no, they can't stop it from working. The only way they could is if they tried to do their own launcher. But if it's their own launcher, then they still need to work on Windows. And as far as I know, Windows normally, unless it's like some big corporate program, doesn't lock you out on hardware by default. Like, it would have to be something completely different, like, oh, our PC store only works on these Linux builds or something weird. Like, they would never do that.
Oh, I know, but like, I mean, if PlayStation was better about backwards compatibility, for example, so if there was a much larger library of PS1, PS2 games, if they had PS3 backwards compatibility, as well as now 4 and 5, then there's a better reason to continue buying a PlayStation.
They won't be day and date on
forward.
PC for a while. Not only because they don't want to be, but also the live service stuff, I think definitely will be. They've said it directly in their meetings. But
there you go.
The intergalactic probably won't be day and date. Like anything that isn't live service, and that would be the thing. And like, there's still people just like.
But that's the counterpoint, though. You've just given me my own counterpoint. So as long as you don't suffer from FOMO, it doesn't matter because you'll get the live service games day one, and as long as you can wait for the single, because there's no online. Well, there's no online population to worry about.
We're all going to be 70 years old when GTA 7 comes out, Jesse.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, Red Dead 3 will be 60.
Okay, yeah. 60 at Red Dead 3.
But PlayStation single player games, there's no online population to wait for, to worry about being there. So as long as you don't suffer from FOMO, so what? I don't know. It's just going to be interesting to see how it plays out if that's where this is going.
There's one way Sony could do it. Give Donald Trump a few billion. Then he'll make it happen. We're for sale right now.
Executive order?
Yeah. No PlayStation on Xbox.
Yes. PlayStation is huge. It's huge. It's such a beautiful console, don't you think? I love it. Yes. Well, like I said, I am genuinely interested to see how this Xbox OS everywhere thing plays out and how it functions.
Yeah, we only know plans. It's also radically different that it's going to be very interesting to see how it actually goes.
Very. I don't know. I'm genuinely fascinated. Like it's one of those things where I want it to happen now because I want to see how it plays out. I'm curious on how everyone responds to it. I'm curious how, because again, I refuse to accept that Sony would be happy about it. Even if they can't do anything about it, I don't think they'd be happy about it. So I just love to see how that all plays out. We have a few super chats.
Yeah, first one was actually Cody Bishop. He was a while ago.
Cody Bishop.
But it's off topic.
Do you ever get burnt out playing games or find that you need to build up the mental energy to start a game? Love the show and welcome MVG.
Thanks, Cody.
Bloody oath you get burnt out.
Yep, I get burnt out all the time.
The only time... go ahead. No, you go.
I was just going to say, it also depends on what else is going on in my life at the time. If I'm really busy with family and work and everything, I get burnt out very easily playing games. But the thing that I always like to do is at the end of the year, I usually have a couple of weeks off work, or work will, the office will close, and I've got like maybe, between Christmas and New Year's, I've got maybe 10 or maybe 2 weeks off work, 10 days or 2 weeks off work. I usually just settle down with all the backlog that I've accumulated over the course of the year, which is only maybe like 3 or 4 games, but they're usually bigger AAA games at like something like Assassin's Creed, for example, and I'll just play through them and uninterrupted and just try to enjoy them. But sometimes I get really burnt out on games, especially when there's a lot of games that come out. I find.
My only time for getting burnt out is when I'm trying to keep a PR company happy by not giving a good score, just by reviewing something at all. Like, I'm not into golf and I'm not into wrestling. But, obviously 2K has got a lot of big games coming out this year. So I went through and reviewed those games, gave my best. Wasn't a huge fan of the golf game, but did quite like the wrestling game. Those are the times I can start feeling a little burnt out. Because, like, reviewing something I really want to play, sometimes it can be a bummer if the game's not great, but I still wanted to play it when I've got to dive into other things to try and, just make companies happy because they like any type of coverage. That is the only time I've felt it lately, thankfully.
What about you, Nick?
He doesn't play anything.
If it's a game like an Assassin's Creed, like if it's a big single player game, then yes, I have to very much build myself up to like... I wanted to play Shadows because I've wanted a Ninja Assassin's Creed since forever, and I've been looking forward to Shadows, but I did have to mentally G myself up. Be like, okay, this game is going to be like so many hours.
It's going to be like
I've got
a couple nights of you playing Fortnite and Roblox.
Roblox. I don't play fucking Roblox.
I know. I thought friggin' Rocket League. I was reading
Rocket
Roblox
League.
on the screen.
Yeah. It's very much so much Rocket League. But yes, so and like for example, that's been my rotation. It's been Rocket League, Fortnite because I need to get to level 100 in Fortnite for Sub-Zero, and then Assassin's Creed. I've just been because I know how big Assassin's Creed is. I've just been sort of an hour here, an hour there, a couple of hours here, half an hour there, just chipping away, keep it in quick resume, jump back in, bang, bang, bang. Like it's just
If you had been into Valhalla, that would have been like 5 months to get through it that way. That game was so fucking long.
All right, yeah, that goes back to what I was saying. So when the year that Valhalla came out, I sat on it until the end of the year. I had 2 weeks off work at the end of the year. I started it the day after Christmas, Boxing Day, and I still couldn't beat it. Like I think I beat it at the end of like January or something like that. Like that game was huge. It was a monster of a game. And I had like other, I can't remember exactly if it was the same year as there was some good stuff on the Switch that came out, like smaller games, and I wanted to play them too, but I was just hammering on Valhalla the whole time. I like Assassin's Creed, and I was addicted, and I wanted to beat the game, but I just didn't realize how monstrous that game was.
You still haven't, huge. Nick. You know how long Fairy Empire, Gyotso from our crew, guess how long he has played Assassin's Creed Valhalla? His total playtime?
500 hours.
Yeah, he's well over 400, approaching 500 hours.
Jesus.
Because he's done everything. Everything.
Oh my God. That is full on. You mentioned the Switch and smaller games. Very small, hopefully random side tangent about what games we've played. Have you played the remake of Arkanoid? Arkanoid Eternal or whatever it's called?
I have the cartridge of the game. Yeah. I've never actually unwrapped it and put it in. I kind of just collected it because I like old retro games. So I have a copy of it. I haven't played it though.
Oh my God, it is so good. I bought it on sale for like $2 on Switch. And I was like, holy shit, this is incredible.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I love Arkanoid.
Oh my God.
Classic.
It's so good. It is so good. You have to play it. Other super chats. Scott the Oz. License the OS to OEM partners to make money?
I don't think they
Before we were talking about how Microsoft would make money. No, they wouldn't, would they? No. I don't think they'd license it.
They make money through the software sales. So, I mean, there might be some whole thing like you got I have no idea what the contracts would be like, but you're agreeing you're making these things at this spec. Like they'll have oversight to make sure.
But this is what I'm saying.
But yeah.
But if you were to buy a third-party game on Steam as opposed to the Xbox store, then that's money they don't get.
No, but that's already the case right now in the Microsoft store with Epic Games and Ubisoft and all of them. They are in there with 0% cut. And I even think the actual cut on PC in general on the Microsoft store is a lot less than the 30%. I think it's 12%.
Okay.
Which I wouldn't be shocked if this is the future. That cut and no more Xbox Live Gold / Game Pass Core
that has
for
to
multiplayer.
Go.
That would be
gone.
gone.
Fucking go, man.
Yeah, that would be gone. But also, if you're not losing money on hardware anymore, like that's how you make it up because you're not losing the money on the hardware, so that can offset some of the other costs that you're incurring.
Maybe. Hush Al Ghul with another super chat. If Steam comes to Xbox, will Microsoft include mouse and keyboard support on all games?
I mean, back compat aside, don't all games work with mouse and keyboard these days?
Most do, I thought.
Yeah, I think so.
I thought. But my assumption is that in this Xbox OS everywhere PC integration world, that's part of part of the OS.
Yeah, you're making a Windows SKU that then works on the lockdown Xbox hardware for the handheld and for the under the box system. So by default, you should have mouse and keyboard in there. It'd be weird if you didn't. But yeah, it's not every game. Like a lot of console only games don't, but like Monster Hunter Wilds and stuff, it's literally right on the front of the screen. There's been a lot more of it lately.
Yeah. Now, Jesse, should we cover? There's an actual community question about this.
Yeah.
Should we do this, especially while we have?
Yeah. Just remind me where it is and from whom.
It is on the forum and it's from Hugh.
forum from Hugh. Oh, yeah, I remember this one. Oh, good.
Oh, God, there's a few on the form as well.
Yep. I got the Hugh one ready to go. Hey, we're still on the topic. It's fine.
Community question from Hugh. Hey, guys, quick question this week. With Xbox accidentally leaking out that Steam games will be available on Xbox hardware/UI, why would devs continue to make games for Xbox when they can just make a Steam version and still be available to the same customer base? I have the same viewpoint as Derek Strickland on this, and there's a tweet from Derek saying, in my opinion, the only way Steam on Xbox makes sense is if Microsoft wants to wind down Xbox hardware on its own terms. I feel Xbox would be undercut so hard by Valve that the boxes would essentially turn into Steam consoles. It just doesn't make sense in regards to the status quo. Kind of makes sense in a way.
I think, again, I think it just goes back to the fact that Xbox, they don't care where you buy these games and how you play them. They want them on Xbox. It doesn't matter if it's PC, Steam, or if it's native Xbox games at this point. If they can make more money selling their games on Steam, and if they have that functionality available on their platform, they don't care at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I feel there's a limit on how much money they'd be willing to give up.
Maybe
there has to be a tipping point.
But even Phil and like Jason Ronald, like they basically both said, we want you to play games the way that you want to play them. So they talk about if you want to play on native hardware or on certain devices. I think ultimately they don't really have it. They don't really care where it's coming from. Maybe maybe that's a little simplified, but that's just. It seems like that's the direction they've been trying to take this.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. That's
the biggest issue is they haven't been able to explain this at all, and they won't for a long time.
Yeah,
because it's all leaking.
Yeah, that's the part that. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of dots that are trying to be connected here, and yeah, I mean, it'll probably be a bit before they actually announce it. But the difficult part for Microsoft or Xbox is there's a lot of articles that are being written, a lot of speculation, and I think some of the speculation is very good speculation, right? Like I think we're just kind of figuring things out before they are even ready to announce stuff, and I don't know. I kind of feel like they may need to get ahead of it earlier than maybe they anticipated.
Yeah,
kind of like the we're bringing 4 games to PlayStation thing last year. The same kind of thing. So I don't know about that one.
It was an experiment, and the experiment was successful. They made a lot of money, and people didn't leave their console, so they just did a lot more. So like it's weird. It's going to be weird. It's new. It's different. They've even through all of this with selling less consoles and not even trying to sell more, it feels like their third-party support's really good. They've got a lot of programs in place to try and keep it that way, so it'll just be on them to explain. I mean, devs are going to know way more than we do behind the scenes over the coming months, but for us, it's going to be interesting to see how they try and sell it all.
I saw that reply, Dim. Should we go to the questions on the form? Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Because there's some more relevant questions here and a couple directed at Dim.
Yep.
So the first one is from Paul. Yeah? We've got Paul?
Yep.
Okay. Dimitri. He didn't say Dimitri. I'm saying Dimitri because I'm Greek. Since, in case you didn't know, since around September, Microsoft have been slowly converting their stable of Activision PC games to the Windows Store. These conversions have seemingly been done as quickly as possible with zero changes, even including unobtainable achievements and broken features, etc. Given you have worked for a development studio focusing on ports, what are your thoughts on how this should/could have been approached? While this might have been a better question for you while you were still working there, what do you think Nightdive's pitch might be on doing this?
even just focusing on the Call of Duty games. It's been around 8 COD games converted so far. Could it be approached all at once, or would it require Quake/Quake 2 amount of effort on a per game basis? Does the fact that most of these games run on continued iterations of IW engine make this process easier or harder?
There's a lot there, but I'll try to get through as much as I can. First of all, the way Nightdive works is they'll always want the source code to remaster the game. So I don't think they'd be interested in just taking a executable and kind of repackaging it up and then pushing it out. I think if they were going to work on something like that, they would almost certainly want the source code for the game so they could put their little Nightdive flair and their engine around the game, which has specific features that makes those Nightdive games play and look the way they do. But I think ultimately the reason why a lot of these games are coming out again just on PC is because it's easy. It's easy to, again, like I said, it's easy just to repackage these games up because they're already there. So you can add some features to them to make that process very simple. But I think ultimately the reason why we haven't seen a lot of these Activision games end up on backward compatibility, licensing issues aside, because that's a separate problem. That's why the Tony Hawk games haven't appeared, because of all the music and stuff like that. And Nick, I know I think you were tweeting about Quake 4 the other day. And that's a great example, right? Like Quake 4 it's on PC, right? Yep. Is it Game Pass PC? Yeah. I believe. Yeah, but not on console. And that's because it's just easy to take Quake 4. I'm not saying I shouldn't say easy because nothing's ever easy, but it's an easier process to take what's already there and basically just repurpose it for Game Pass. Now, trying to get that on console outside of backward compatibility would require, again, the source code, rebuilding, retargeting the game for the Xbox Series platforms, and whatever else updates needs to be done. Now, I haven't looked at the Quake 4 on Game Pass, but I'm assuming it's just Quake 4 without really any enhancements. Is that fair to say? Yeah. So, yeah, I think, look, ultimately, Microsoft, I mean, they could solve this problem just by adding more games to the back compat program, and Quake 4 would be a good example of that. I think there's really no reason why they couldn't do that. But at the end of the day, look, anything that comes out that's kind of from Activision's back catalog is going to require work to bring it to Xbox if it's not on Game Pass PC. So I think they're trying to kind of fill the void of bringing some of that stuff to Game Pass PC, but anything else outside of that is quite a bit of work. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. The Quake 4 is an interesting one because that was developed by, I want to say, id, published by Activision. They now own both. There should be nothing stopping it from being backwards compatible via 360 BC.
Yeah, I would agree.
Just that they don't have the team doing that anymore. So, what is the process of spinning that back up, getting people on it? Are the same people who did it before still there? You never know.
I feel like it's still worth it.
It might. I mean,
not just for Quake.
So. Well, people always wonder
other Activision games too.
Why didn't they just drop all of Activision Blizzard into Game Pass when they bought them, like they with Bethesda? And I think the main thing they care about is hours played, and I don't think those Bethesda games charted much when they did that. Like it was just a huge dump of like 25 things. They kind of eat each other up, and they know whenever they put a Call of Duty game into Game Pass, it's just going to dwarf everything that comes out around it outside of the biggest titles. So they're more conscious on slowly feeding them in when they have slower months, which they don't very often. I got 7 things for April.
Now, the way Cody Bishop with a quick super chat, I'll answer this. Do you think they'll ever make a new Quake game? Yes.
I hope so.
I do. Last I heard, that Quake reboot is still a thing. I keep asking, because people keep asking me. Last I heard, that Quake reboot is still a thing. Now, the next topic is not in the news, but I want to discuss it because we've got Dim on, and there's questions in relation to this stuff as well. So while we still have Dim, I want to talk about it. So a couple of weeks ago, we very briefly touched on it on the show. Remember how I asked you, Dim, to jump on, and you couldn't at the time?
Yeah.
It was because of this topic. So I'm going to send Jesse the link to the video because I want everyone to go to Dim's video on his channel. Where is it? There. So we have Xenon Recomp, the recompilation of 360 games. Dim did a really good video on that, and that new... Well, what you describe it, Dim, because you're going to know better than I know it. I was going to say it's a new program, but it's not a program. It's... What the hell is it? It's something else.
Yeah, it's basically... They're taking the 360 version of Sonic... what is it? Sonic Unleashed?
Unleashed.
I was going to say Generations, and I was like, that's not right. Sonic Unleashed. And so they're taking the actual 360 game, and what they're doing is they're recompiling it. So it targets x86. It targets a Windows PC. Currently, like I think right now it only uses DirectX 12, so there's no like other versions out there, right? So that process involves taking the game and basically pulling it apart and then rebuilding it to run on modern PCs. And it's very, very interesting because it's better than traditional emulation in that it's native code. So once you kind of decompile the game, right? So the first step is they take the game, they decompile it all into C++ code. Right. And now this process, I'm making it sound very simple, like it's just a push of a button or something, but something that obviously has taken probably a year or more of time. I don't know how long it took them to do this, but this process is not an easy one, right? But it is possible to do it because if you can build a game from source code, there is a way then to do it the other way, right? Go back from a binary to source code. So that process was done. And then when you do, you take that source code and then you compile it with a modern compiler and you apply DirectX 12 to it and you apply widescreen support and you apply, 120 FPS, all the modern bells and whistles of a modern, gaming experience. And so that's what they did with this. So this is really interesting, because it is definitely a new way where games can be restored and brought back. We talked about Quake earlier. This is something that a Quake 4 or Quake 4 on modern platforms would very much benefit from. And there are a ton of 360 games. It's not just Quake 4 that could also benefit from this. Now, there is traditional emulation. There is a 360 emulator out right now, Xenia, that runs. And that emulates 360 games quite well. But this is, I would say, a really new, awesome way to, bring back old retro games with this process because it's native code rather than running on an emulator.
Okay, so the question I'll ask you then is, Sonic Unleashed came out on PC, yeah?
Nope, it didn't. It came out on...
Didn't it?
It came out on the PS2, the PS3... the 360, and I believe there was a Wii version. So this is one of those games that was locked onto consoles. That's why it was... I mean, obviously the people that did this were massive Sonic fans, but that's one of the reasons why this game was done.
It's also on mobile phones.
Is it really? And there's no PC version. That's crazy.
PS2, Wii, PS3, 360, and mobile phones.
So then you've answered the question then, because I was going to say, why would people go through this effort rather than just modding or tweaking the PC version? But then this is who this is for games that never got PC versions.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, and think about it. On the 360, there's no more store. There's a ton of delisted games. There's also games that were exclusive to console that never came out. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Fable 2 locked on 360?
I think only the first Fable came out on PC. That's my memory when I've looked it up before.
Isn't there a games for Windows version of Fable 3? I could be wrong, but
not 2, isn't?
Not 2. Yeah, so
So like Gears 2, Gears 3, they're still locked on console unless you do the. Yeah, they're not on PC. They're only on consoles. They're back compat, but
yeah.
So there's definitely some really cool advancements in this area, and it's all been done by the the modding community or the just hobbyist programmers.
It's on GitHub, isn't it?
It's on GitHub. Yep. I set it all up and ran it, and I was completely blown away by it. Not only does it look really, really good on a PC, if you've got a 120 hertz or 144 hertz display, it runs great. It looks amazing. It runs on the Steam Deck very, very nicely as well. So yeah, just I would say it's not going to necessarily replace emulation, but it's just another one of those options in the tool bag where if there is a way to bring back old games, you have different choices now about which way you want to go. So I think it's very exciting, a very exciting announcement.
Yeah.
And I want to see more of it. Like, hopefully there are more games.
X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Mate, there's tons of games they could do. All those delisted Sega games like Afterburner Climax. There's so many great games they could do. I mean, I'm trying to think of like everything possible that I would want. But
yes,
I mean, there's so much out there that they could do. But this is really exciting stuff. For sure. Project Gotham would be another one. I'd love to see that.
Yes. Yeah, because I didn't realize it. That's why I got confused. I thought Sonic Unleashed came out on PC. So I was like, why would someone do this over just the PC version? But if it never came out on PC, then it 100% makes sense.
Right.
That's very good. Yeah, Outrun. The Outruns that got delisted on 360.
Yeah.
So there's some community questions around this, which is why I wanted to bring up this topic. Okay, so I'm going to go to the forum, Jesse. And I am going to go with, where is it? Good old Collingwood. Hello, he says John. Let's forget John. Fuck John. Hello, Nick and Jesse, and welcome back, Dim. Dim, I've always enjoyed asking questions about game preservation. Most people think that what you do is making sure we can enjoy playing old games on modern hardware. The National Film and Sound Archive of Australia is one of the leading organisations in game preservation. However, that's only one facet of game preservation. There is also lost media. Dim, can you explain what lost media is and your personal experience in finding a lost Xbox game?
I mean, lost media is what it says, right? Well, what it's saying. It's something that has been lost to time. Whether that means all the games are no longer available, you can't find them, you can't buy them on eBay, but something did exist in the past. You're trying to find something. Someone may have something out there, but it's just not attainable, right? So I think that's when we talk about lost media, it really just revolves around something that used to exist that you remember or you may have played that just cannot be found anymore. It's almost completely like wiped off the face of the earth. But you know someone out there may have it, right? And I think, he brings up preservation having multiple facets. It absolutely does, because when we talk about preservation, there's the concept of, putting thing or donating something to a museum, like, and we're not just talking about games, but if you talk about like art or paintings or something like that, museums usually will preserve those and make them available, in perpetuity, hopefully, right? But when it comes to video games, it's a little different because there is definitely that aspect where, video games can get donated to museums. There's certain museums out there that will do that for you. There's a lot of stuff like that. But I think the other part, the part that he was alluding to is the discoveries of games that were either never completed, that was found on a developer's hard drive, or a prototype of a game that was cancelled, or a game that you'd heard about, you read in a magazine, and it never appeared, but then suddenly 30 years later, it shows up somewhere. Those are the types of things that I would also consider to be, preservation.
Lost media.
Yeah, exactly. So as far as an example of my experiences with lost media. I've done a few things. I mean, there's nothing really that I've done that I would say was like massive in terms of lost media, but there's definitely some games that come to mind. One that I did recently actually on my channel was, if you recall, the studio Silicon Knights that did Eternal Darkness and Metal Gear Solid, the Twin Snakes.
Twin Snakes, best version of Metal Gear Solid.
And Two Human. They also did X-Men Destiny. I recovered a prototype game that they were pitching that was on a developer's 360 hard drive. So they sent me all the code for it and some supporting documentation. We dumped it all and released it on archive.org for anyone to check out and enjoy. So for me, that's kind of a really great example of lost media, where something, I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily lost media, because this is something that no one had ever really heard about before and that was kind of made available, versus something that you'd heard about back in the day and it just didn't exist, or you thought it didn't
Half-Life
exist. Right?
Dreamcast.
Half-Life Dream, yeah, that's a good example of something that I would consider to be something like that. But yeah, great question. As far as the things I've done, I'm just going to continue to do it. Like there are people, developers that I do know that, I'm not saying they're sitting on things, because that wouldn't be the right way to phrase it, but I always kind of push developers that I know, if they did come from a studio back in the day and they have told me that they have something, or they potentially may have something, I usually try to chase it down and try to get it out there. I think that's the best way to go.
Yep. He's got a picture of the Fast and the Furious game here.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So there was a video that I made last year, where I think it was last year, maybe the year before, where we did uncover a prototype of Crash versus Spyro Racing on the original Xbox. This was a game that was made by Argonaut Software, and it never went anywhere. And on that same hard drive, we found a build of a Fast and the Furious Tokyo, I think it was called Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift, or a Fast and the Furious game that ran on the OG Xbox that was never released as well. So two other examples of things that have been uncovered. Check out my channel. I've definitely got various things over the years. I found an old prototype of an old Sega Genesis game. I've dumped a Turok 3 prototype that Stephen Kick actually bought the prototype cartridge, and he said, "Hey, can you dump this for me?" And I said, "Yes, I can," because I have the equipment to do it. I've done various other things over the years, and I always kind of let people know, if you have an old Xbox development kit or something like that, and you used to work in the industry and you're not sure what's on it, or there may be something on it that you worked on that you remember working on, just reach out to me. Be more than happy to help.
Oh, that's unreal. That reminds me, have you been keeping tabs on GTA 3 and Vice City on Dreamcast?
Yes, I did make.
What the fuck?
I think I made a video on that at the start of this year, and it's incredible, the work that they're doing.
Oh my god!
And Nick, just a fun fact: the main developer is a Greek guy called Stefanos Kornolios, I think his name is. So, mate, the Greeks.
That's funny.
They're
so
doing
dodgy.
it for us.
If there's something questionably legal to do, don't be surprised.
That's right. So dodgy. If there's a dodgy way to get GTA on a Dreamcast, the Greeks going to figure it out.
No, but the work they're doing is amazing. It's great, because that mindset of this should be impossible, this should never happen.
Yeah.
And there's always, I've seen this happen so many times where, and it's not, it's not any one example, but you see like people in forums say, "Oh, back in the day when like the PS2 and the Dreamcast and the Xbox and the GameCube were all fighting with each other, all the fans, the console wars, people would say, there's no way that you can run GTA 3 on a Dreamcast. It's not designed for it. It's only 16 megabytes of memory on board, all that sort of stuff." And I mean, look, to be fair, maybe back then it wasn't attainable, but now that we have really good tools, we have emulators, we have a much better way to, access things like source code and recompilation and reverse engineering. I mean, there are some people out there that can make it happen. It's incredible.
I know.
Absolutely incredible.
It's amazing stuff. I've always found that stuff genuinely fascinating. How as more time passes, we get people who are able to get so much more out of those old consoles than even what was possible back then.
Yeah.
Somehow, whether it's the Mega Drive, the Dreamcast, whatever it is, it freaks me out what people are able to get out of these old consoles. These people must be such incredibly talented engineers and coders. Just unbelievable.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love that stuff. Every time I see something running on old hardware that just really had no business running on, I'm impressed. So I looked at the original GTA 3. I burnt it on a CD and I just ran it on my Dreamcast and it runs. And now they're doing Vice City, and you can already tell they've boosted the frame rate somehow. The game's looking better and it's running better. So I wouldn't be surprised, mate, if we see the GTA 3 trilogy on the Dreamcast by the end of this year. Oh my
God.
I mean, it's amazing to think about.
Send me the ISO after the show.
Okay, I will. Because you have an official Steam version in your Steam library, right? So it's all legit.
Yeah.
Hey,
I've even got it on my PS3. I've got the
go.
GTA trilogy on my PS3. Before I sold my PS2, I wanted to have all my PS2 games on a quote-unquote modern console.
Mm-hmm.
So Maximo 2, Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution, GTA 3, Vice City San Andreas, and a few others. I bought them digitally on PS3 because I wanted them. I didn't want to lose them when I sold my PS2.
Right.
But yeah. Another question on the forum, Jesse, from Skedaddle. And it's about Nightdive. I just wanted to follow up on good old Collingwood's point about the importance of game preservation. Studios like Nightdive are doing incredible work in this space. This Thursday, they're also releasing the 1995 classic I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream on modern platforms. And they also have a 25th anniversary remaster of System Shock 2 planned for later this year. I was personally thrilled with the thing remastered when it dropped in December. That was a day one purchase for me. Do you guys have any classic games you'd love to see get the same preservation treatment? This is a good question.
They did Blade Runner, so I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
That was the one I wanted.
No One Lives
Tim
Forever.
worked on that.
I did. No One Lives Forever, 1 and 2. Are games that I would like.
R.I.P. Monolith.
Yeah, no kidding. There's so many. Shogo, that was another Monolith game that I really liked. There's so many games. Obviously, they really like... Nightdive's kind of bread and butter is that 1995 to like 2002 era PC game, an early console game. So there's so many I could think of.
I have a nomination. If I'm keeping it realistic and not wild or anything like that, and going by what Nightdive has done previously and trying to fall in line with that, MDK 1 and 2.
Yeah, they're good picks. I definitely like MDK 1 a lot. 2 was pretty good, but I didn't like it as much as 1. But that's the kind of stuff that I'd like to see. Those games that the only way you can play them now are on GOG and stuff like that. And that's fine if you want to, or via emulation, but seeing a modern remaster of those games would be very, very cool.
What about Loom?
With modern controls and all that.
I've tried, Loom. You can play Loom on Steam, but it's like the original version. Yeah, 1990 LucasArts game, Loom.
The other one, they did Dark Forces, right? I want to see Dark Forces 2 because that one for me was my favorite in that Jedi Knight series that they like. The other ones have already come out. I think Aspire remade them a few years ago now. But Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 is something that's been locked on PC, and that's another game that I would love to see the Nightdive treatment on. That'd be really cool.
That would be. You had a lot of input in their engine, didn't you?
I worked on some facets of the engine. My main role at the time was I was doing a lot of the porting work to Switch and PS5. So that was kind of the main focus of me. I did some stuff on PS4, but I was working mainly on Switch games and PS5. I remember when Quake had come out, we just got PS5 dev kits. When we were developing Quake, we just got PS5 dev kits. So I had ported the Kex engine to PS5 because that was one of the one of the platforms that we wanted to push the game out to. So yeah, did a lot of the back-end engine kind of porting work on various consoles.
Just not Xbox, yeah.
Well, Nightdive mainly does Xbox, and I did a little bit of Xbox work. I know you're giving me shit for it, but yeah, I did some stuff on Xbox, but for the most part, someone else was working on the Xbox stuff. So
MVG confirms he hates Xbox.
Mate, I don't.
Jesse, we're going over to the form with nrXic, another dev. Good day, my fellow quadragenarians. God, I struggle to get that word out. Having connected my old 360 to a CRT TV, I can safely say there is no better way to play retro games. I purchased most retro games available for it before the store closed, and they look absolutely stellar. I first played a 360 on a widescreen Sony Trinitron Tube TV, which I sold last year, $250. While I'm excited for all the recent breakthroughs in CRT emulation, I would love for Sony to create a CRT TV for gaming enthusiasts. Problem is, the demand simply isn't there yet. My question for MVG is, do you think retro game enthusiasts could make enough noise for companies like Sony to take notice and create a premium niche gaming CRT TV product?
No, unfortunately. I mean,
you don't reckon?
No.
And charge a premium for it?
That premium would be insane. Like
I don't think
so. Everything to make those TVs, I can't imagine really exists anymore.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would absolutely be all over something like this if this happened.
Yes.
And I would want this to happen, but I just can't see Sony doing that. And the other thing is these CRT filters, these shaders, these like masks that we're seeing now on these like modern games and things like the retro tank I talked about earlier. They're getting CRT kind of shaders are looking so good now. They're getting so much better now. So honestly, I don't feel like we'll ever go back to CRTs, even if a big company decided that they would do something like that. I couldn't see Sony doing that, unfortunately.
CRTs are so heavy.
I miss plasma.
They are so
heavy. They're bulky. They generate so much. They take they draw a lot of power. They get hot. There's a lot of components in them. They break down. It's unfortunately it's just a thing of the past. As much as I hate to say that, it's not something that I would. It's like CDs and
plasma TVs, which were my favorite.
Plasma TVs.
Oh yeah. You know, it's funny. My cousin had an old arcade cabinet in his house. He goes to me, "Do you want it?" So I took it. You know, 90% of the weight is just the screen. It's the TV inside.
I have one right behind me here. You see that?
No, mine is an actual, as in he had an old TMNT arcade game cabinet in his garage, but the game inside it is Mortal Kombat.
Okay.
So I have this TMNT cabinet in my backyard right now. You turn it on, like the coin slot's there, and you flick it, and it gives you unlimited credits. And it's got Mortal Kombat, but all the buttons aren't set up properly, and I don't know how to rewire it to get the buttons working properly. I have no idea how to rewire the bloody thing.
Well, next time I come to Australia, I can help.
Yes, I was going to ask if you could, because I've got no idea what I'm doing.
Is it MK1?
Yes, it's Mortal Kombat 1.
Okay. The only thing I will say is, if it's a dedicated, what did you say, Simpsons cabinet or
TMNT?
TMNT. The thing that's going to suck is Mortal Kombat has a specific way the buttons are positioned, because I think it's like got the 4 buttons and then maybe one in the middle or something like that.
Well, that's the weird part.
Yeah.
The top part, that joystick flat part of the cab where the joystick controls are,
Yeah.
it's been replaced.
Yeah.
So it's not 4 players, it's 2. So it's like
Got it.
it's got Mortal Kombat's
Yeah.
sticks.
The Frankenstein
and
of
the
a
rest
machine.
of the cab
Got it.
is TMNT. It's weird. The whole setup is weird.
If I had that cabinet, and this is me speaking personally, I would revert it back to a TMNT cabinet and get a TMNT board for it. That's a TMNT cab, not a Mortal Kombat.
It is.
And the reason why I say that is because we're talking about Konami and Midway. The way that they built their cabinets is completely different. So I honestly, I'd revert it back. But if you need help wiring it up for Mortal Kombat, I can help you with that.
Good. Okay, two more questions that relate to MVG and I while we still have MVG. Hopefully he's cool to stay longer.
No, I got a hard out at 5 o'clock my time, which is 11 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's enough for the 2 questions.
I'll go through these 2 questions then. So we're going to stay on the form for you, Jesse, while you're already in the form.
Yep.
This is from Paul. He's put in a second question. He cheated.
It's his first time, so we'll allow it.
Dimitri and Nico. As 2 who grew up / lived in Australia during the 90s, did you ever watch the Australian video game focused television program, The Zone? Now, I sneakily looked at this before the show and I watched that YouTube video he's posted, and I did used to watch The Zone. I got such a flashback watching that YouTube video. Now, there's a YouTube channel that has every episode of The Zone on it. I am going to post it to Jesse. That's the first episode, but I'm gonna
always wary of showing old media because no matter how old it is, you are shocked that it will DMCA you. Like Garth Marenghi's Dark Place aired 20-something years ago, and Channel 4 in the UK will knock your channel down over it.
I posted the link in the chat to the first episode, and then the whole playlist is
I'll go
there.
through
There's
pictures.
21 episodes of The Zone.
Wow, what a head of hair.
And it's so fucking 90s. It is insane how 90s this is. And I got so many. The first episode, he reviews Rock and Roll Racing.
Your favorite game. One of them.
Oh,
Coming
my
to Game
God.
Pass.
And it's funny hearing him say Nintendo's Rock and Roll Racing. I'm like, it came out on Super Nintendo, dude, but it was Blizzard. It was Blizzard's game, and it also came out on Mega Drive. But the intro got me. Like at first, for the first 2 seconds of this video, I wasn't sure if I'd watched it, and then there was this part of the intro where a skeleton goes yang 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 yang. I was like, oh my God, that part I remember. And yes, it's actually wild when you see how insanely 90s this show is. I don't know if you watched it, but I'll send you the clip in.
I haven't seen. I remember it, and I can't say I remember it back in the day. I used to watch it. I can't say I've seen all of them, but I definitely remember it for sure. Good times.
Oh yeah, I was watching it before we went live, and I got such flashbacks. I was like, "Holy shit! I'd love a cool show like that now." It's so 90s.
Next question, and then we have Super Chats.
So the last question is from the forum, from Ben Angelo. Hey guys, my question is for Nick this week, but I'm including Dim in this. I'll be in Melbourne the start of next month for a wedding. Where is the best Greek food and delis to go to? Sorry, everyone, for the food tangent that is about to happen. Oh, boy. Greek food and delis. Greek food. Nico's. It's a place called Nico's. I took Dim there when he was here last year.
That was a good night, wasn't it? We had a good time.
It was. It was a good night.
Nick
I was
might
worried
seem
my
like an
brother was gonna
asshole, but
make
he's
things
actually
weird.
cool to hang out with.
Yeah, I was a bit worried that my brother was going to make things weird, but it worked out okay.
No, it was good. We had a good
Buy crypto.
And I took Dim. It's not a Greek place, but I took Dim to a place called Easy's, which is in Collingwood in Melbourne, where it's a burger joint where they fitted out an office. They repurposed an office building into a burger joint and put abandoned train cars on the roof. And one of those train cars, they've made it part of the restaurant where there's booths and seats, and it's such a nice burger joint. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed the burgers, didn't you?
It was awesome. We had a great night.
It was so nice. Yes, it was great. It's not Greek food, but still, Melbourne's burger joints are like next level, which is, I find very interesting that Wendy's is now coming here. Because a lot of these American burger joints think they can just stroll on into Melbourne and be successful. And what they don't understand is that because Melbourne's burger scene is so focused and so specialized, if an American chain comes here and wants to charge, like Carl's Jr. just died in the ass here.
Carl's Jr. is a 2, whereas Wendy's is like a 7 or an 8. McDonald's is like a 2 in America. Generally, Wendy's is like, for the actual fast food, it's up there because they don't freeze their meat. So it's actually
but like
good.
even
I'm not saying it'll work. I'm just saying they are the better. They are the higher end of the shitty American food.
But we have Five Guys here, and we now have In-N-Out, and they're not even exploding.
Yeah, Nick's right. I think
they're overpriced.
Wendy's isn't going to do anything in Melbourne. They're going to get buried.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
Because the problem is these American places will come here, charge massive prices, and the burger quality, while it might be fine, won't justify the price that I'm sure they're going to charge.
Yeah.
Where you go to a place like Easy's, that wasn't super expensive.
No, it was actually quite reasonably priced, if I recall.
Yes, and the burgers were incredible. The burgers were just so nice. So I feel like it's going to be very hard for these places to crack even the Australian market, let alone the Melbourne market.
Yep.
What other Greek places do you like though in Melbourne when you come down?
I mean, anything in Oakley is usually pretty good, right? Like on Atherton Road, you can't go wrong with most of them. Let's be honest. Like Meet Me and all those places.
Yeah.
For Sivlakia and stuff like that. Mate, any fish and chip shop, most pizza shops are pretty good. I can't think of anything specifically, but I would say go to Oakley if you're in that part of town.
Yes. The Docklands, he says.
Yeah, it's not that far.
Who says in the Docklands?
Ben Angelo.
Oh, I'll be in the Docklands. Okay, so you'll be near where I work.
Go harass Nick.
I'm just
at the strip
I'm trying to think if there's. I don't know if there's any decent Greek places in the city though. In Melbourne.
What's that one at South Bank? It may not be there anymore. I'm maybe going back a while. Wasn't there like a
Greek place?
I thought there was. That had like Suvlakia and Bites and stuff like. I'm pretty sure there was. I'll find out. I thought there was a Greek joint at.
There's a place called
South
Yassas in South Bank.
Okay, that's not the one I'm thinking of.
No. Okay.
Is that good though?
Never been there. I just Googled it now and I saw a place called Yassas in South Bank. There's other really nice places. If you're going to be in the Docklands, that's not far. That's not too far away from where Crown is and stuff. So I would strongly recommend Ben Angelo. Hey, maybe you and I can catch up, mate. You're get on the special Meet with Nick Patreon tier like Jason is on, and we can catch up when you come down. There's a place in South Bank called Left Bank. I would highly recommend you go to Left Bank. It's not a Greek restaurant. It's just a restaurant. Very, very nice there at Left Bank. But yeah, if he's in Docklands, he's not going to be able to get to the suburbs easy.
True.
I would have told him to go to Greek street food in Northcote.
What about Collingwood?
Thornbury?
It's not that far. Is it?
It'd be tricky to get there unless you're taking like an Uber.
3 minutes in Superchats.
I'll go another 5 minutes after. How about that?
Okay.
But I have to go after that for real. I got to cook dinner. So.
But Ben Angelo, you're on the Discord. When you're here, message me. Okay, so Superchats. Oh my God, how many others?
Good old Collingwood.
So BT Maverick member for 2 months. BT Maverick member for 2 months has a comment. Went to Day of the Devs on Sunday. Told my girlfriend to look for a little cunt face with a grey mohawk, but no luck. We did meet Tim Schafer, Ben Starr, and Lucy James. Wow. Tim Schafer. Did you ask him about what Double Fine's up to? So we can all
Phil's
find out
excited
sometime
about
soon. Yes, Phil said on our show that he was excited about what Double Fine's working on. So that's going to be very interesting. Cody Bishop, Quake 4 PC, crashes, no controller, and buggy cutscenes. No controller support.
Yeah, so they just took what they had and repackaged it, as you said.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is disappointing.
Pretty much anything that was old
Well, then
Activision is not Play Anywhere. It's just whatever was probably on Steam brought over, just so they can add it into Game Pass once they do.
Well, that sounds to me like Quake 4, the 360 version's the perfect candidate for that Recompile project.
Yep, exactly right. Let's see it. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
A lot of Yoth
That
fight.
and, yeah, fucking oath. Assassin. My boss wants a Dark Cloud 1 and 2 remastered, Sony. I like Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud was a good game on PS2. I enjoyed it.
Great game.
It was their Zelda. It was basically PlayStation's Zelda, for want of a better comparison. They're good games, but I don't think... I mean, Nightdive could definitely not get to do that. Sony would have to do it. Good Old Collingwood, talking about hating Xbox. Didn't Dim say he was really disappointed with Xbox on his podcast some time back? Has this changed since then?
Well, I mean, good old Collingwood. That is a good question. I've never really been great with the direction Xbox is taking right now. As far as I have issues with the way that they're kind of diluting their brand and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, for me, it's always been about the games, and it looks like they've kind of figured out their game situation pretty well. So that's why I'm not as critical on Xbox as much as I was. The hardware side, to be honest, I'm not really that interested in. Like, you know what I mean? I don't care if there's a Steam launcher on the Xbox app. That means nothing to me because I'm just going to use my PC. I'm still going to use my Series X and all that sort of stuff, right? So for me, I still want Xbox to make dedicated console hardware.
Yes.
And I still want them to focus on backward compatibility. In fact, I want them to do more backward compatibility stuff, right? Like, we feel like that this is now the perfect platform for them to really kind of dig deep and say, right, if we're going to put Xbox everywhere on anything, if everything is an Xbox, then I need to be able to take my entire library with me anywhere.
Yes.
And we can't do that right now. So I am still very critical of Xbox in many, many ways. But what makes things a little less for me now is that they are coming out with some really good games, and they have a good roadmap of games this year and next, and games that have not been announced, have no release dates. But it looks like the next 3 years of Xbox, at least for the games, you can't complain. So I'm happy about
People
that.
will. But you shouldn't complain.
Yeah, they will, but yes. That's right. They shouldn't, but they will. But I totally agree with you on the hardware stuff.
Yep.
The Winter Shoulder. Nightdive doing N64 Shadows of the Empire and 3D Castlevanias, GameCube Rogue Squadron 1 and 2. My God, how good were those games.
Good pick.
PS2 OG Xbox 3D Castlevanias would be awesome.
Yeah, I would love Shadows of the Empire. That's one of my favorite N64 games. Let's see that come back. That'd be awesome.
I love the Rogue Squadron games, both of them on GameCube. Like,
great.
The visuals on those games were bonkers, to the point where I reckon they even hold up today to an extent.
Yeah.
They were that good looking. Unbelievable games. Oops, my YouTube just crashed, so that means it cut out.
That's what YouTube loves to do.
Chat questions. Head down, wings out. Always listening from afar. Thanks, mate. Thanks for listening. I appreciate the super chat. We appreciate the super chat.
One last super chat. We can let him go.
Yep. The Shadow Ranger. Have you seen Camp Xbox? He covers OG Xbox games. No.
I haven't, but I will take a look.
Yeah. Camp Xbox. Oh, yeah, there he is. 22,000. Yeah, he's got a lot of subs on YouTube. There he is.
I'll definitely check it out.
He does. I'm looking at it now quickly, and his whole channel is pretty much exclusively just OG Xbox stuff, BC stuff. Unreal.
Very cool.
That's great. Thanks for that. Thanks for pointing them out. So that's the time we have with Dim today. Unfortunately, as much as I tried, he could not stay any longer.
Better not make it over Fagitoil.
Yes, okay, I understand. Whatever. What about your missus? Why can't she make it?
Well, she helps out, of course. I mean,
Okay.
I'm making some steaks.
Ooh.
Steaks were made, Nick.
Ah,
Steaks
nice.
were made.
Instead of mistakes. So, thank you very much for making the time, Dim. If mate, any time you want to be on, let me know, man. I'd have you on every other week if I could.
It's always a pleasure hanging out with you guys, Nick. I know it's been too long, but thanks for having me on, gentlemen.
Yes, absolutely. No worries, mate.
I will come back, and
Yes.
I'll make a little bit more time to be available. But it's been great. So cheers, guys. Thanks,
Thanks,
for having
mate.
Thanks for being here.
And I'll see you in Melbourne soon.
me. Take care, everyone.
Boing.
No worries, mate.
Bye.
Yeah.
Me there.
Okay.
Hide all this shit. Get Nawe down there.
Okay.
I don't have a 2-person setup, so you guys got to bear with me. There we go.
Okay.
Opa.
So is John going to?
Yeah, I think John said he'll try and hop on
Pop
and do a little
by at all?
Serb-Rubian.
Yeah.
Yeah. why not?
I did that once.
Mhm. Yeah, it's fun. People want to hear from
Yes,
John.
I wanted to get all that game preservation and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, we still got plenty of
covered
news
while
and
we
stuff to
had-
go over, so
Yeah, while we had Dim on, because that's his specialty. And
I
love
would
the
definitely want
insights
John
he
on here
brings.
for this, maybe the hardest name a game I've ever done.
Okay. What other news do we want to cover? I did delete a piece of news you had, Jesse, because it wasn't news.
What
and
was
we
it?
wrote a story on it on the website, and it wasn't actually news.
What was it?
Where it was talking about teasing a Balatro deck of cards.
Mhm.
They
Oh,
weren't teasing it. They announced it ages ago. I bought it.
Oh, well, there you
I
go.
bought 2 of them.
It was just because Balatro absolutely dominated at the GDC Game of the
Yes.
Year Awards. Balatro
Well deserved.
is they at GDC. I'm going to type. That game won
Yeah.
a lot.
And so it should.
Mhm.
It's an incredible game. But yes, I think Jess, you, whoever wrote that news, might have got somewhat confused about the Balatro card game, the actual deck of cards. They actually announced it
Well, they showed
last year.
They showed that it exists. How's that? That's good enough.
No. What Wout was doing was saying arriving soon. So the people that ordered them, like myself, I ordered 2 decks, one for my daughter, one for me. Those will be getting, I think, delivered very soon. Because at the time that I ordered it, they said they expected it around March or April.
I wrote like 45 news stories last week to make the site continue to exist. So
Yes.
it is what it is.
Yeah. So for those of you who ordered the Balatro, there's John. So for those of us who ordered those Balatro card decks, they should be coming soon. I'm very much looking forward to having a
I thought I
deck
changed
of
his name
Balatro
plate.
cards.
I did. Why is it still showing my name? Oh, I changed Nick's. Oops. Everything's all
I'm in
messed up.
America now.
They actually sound all right.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, boys. Lovely to see you. Hello.
Hello.
Lovely to see you all. I have been watching while MVG's on. I think my laptop was being very bad because it was trying to update and I couldn't stop it. So all the RAM was used up.
Mhm.
StreamYard was messed up. But it's lovely to see you.
Yeah.
Hope you're all well. I have some feedback.
How are you
about
going?
America. I'm doing all right. We got
Yeah.
caught up in some stuff. There was some carnage. Our
Yeah,
plane did a
apparently.
handbrake turn in the sky, and we ended up in Washington DC.
How weird did that
Honestly,
feel
man,
turning
it was
that
big.
hard? I looked, your line, it went whoop.
It was nuts. Like, and hello to chat and everybody else. By the way, I can see everything here, so just about. You know, Kat and I, my partner, we were on the plane coming back from GDC, which I'll happily talk about if you guys want to.
Of course.
And yeah, we were sitting there. We were, I think, 5 hours in, and suddenly, like, everyone was like looking around, right? And I was like half asleep. I think Kat was asleep, and like I pulled my headphones off, and the announcements come up on all the screens. And I'm going to paraphrase it, but this is literally what the pilot said. So you can imagine everyone's kind of current reaction if you haven't got internet and you don't know what's going on the ground, hello everybody. We've just been advised, and apologies for the disruption to your travel plans. Heathrow is no longer accepting flights into the UK. So due to this, we're going to have to turn around because of an emergency on the ground. So we're going to head to Washington, D.C. Apologies for the disruptions. I don't have any extra info. The UK can't accept the flight. We don't know why. Thanks very much.
The UK has been nuked.
Everybody on the plane thought, fuck me, he's pressed the button, isn't he? He's fucking pressed the button. It's all over, like genuine moment of panic. But then, everyone jumped on the internet. Big fire at Heathrow power station, single point of failure, and that was that. But the United, which is the company we were flying with, they haven't been the best. Like I nearly punched an agent at the.
You
at
would
the airport.
definitely be detained by ICE if you did that in America right now.
I didn't. But my God, it's the closest I've come. Like all of my British politeness was gone at this point. I've been up for 24 hours. Right, Cat's bag had been checked in, and it was just. We got off the plane at 2 a.m. in Washington D.C. We'd been given a crappy motel, like the kind of motel that you see in American horror movies that you don't want to stay at, right?
Yeah.
And we were like, "Well, okay, her bag's been checked in. Where's the bag, guys?" And they were like, "Oh, could be 3 hours. Come back in 3 hours." So we're like, "Okay, we'll go to the hotel, and we'll like camp out. Maybe get a couple of hours kip, and then we'll go back." So we gave it 5 hours. We go back to the airport at 7 a.m. and the lady at this desk, holy crap. I was like, okay, no bag still. Could be 8:30, maybe 10. We don't know. And we're like, and then I was like, okay, let's put that to one side a sec. The bag's not here. Can't do much about that. The hotel you've given us is kicking us out at 1. But the flight that you've now given us to go home is Sunday night at 7:30 at night, leaving Washington, D.C. Where are we going? And this was her response, genuine. You stay here. I was like, at the airport for 3 days? Yeah, you stay here. And I was like, this has got to be a language barrier. You just don't understand. I was like, no. I'm not talking about the bag. Where do we sleep? Yeah, here. And she was like, put it in the chair. And I'm like, and Kat had to intervene because she could see I was like getting really.
You were about to turn into Tom Hanks in that movie where he just lives there for 30 years.
It's, all of my British nicety had just vanished at this point. I was like, fucking idiot. So yeah, it's been drama filled. But then the bag did turn up about 45 minutes into that wait. We left. We came back. I got on the phone after much faffing for about 2 hours, and got them to change our hotel to this one, which is actually a very nice hotel. Considering, and we only knew about it because we bumped into a lovely fellow game person that was caught in this mess, who was flying back from GDC, same plane, and we ended up like walking out of Dulles International Airport with her, and she was like, "Hey, let's add each other on LinkedIn, and I'll ping you." And she said, "This hotel's really good. They've put me in this one. Ask for this." So they sent us here, and it's just been okay since. So we spent today exploring DC. We're going to go catch a movie at a local cinema tomorrow to eat up the day, and then we'll fly home. But it's been a wild time.
Far out. I don't know what I would do in that situation. Like that sounds like the complete opposite of my experience getting stranded in Doha on the way back from London. Like,
yeah, because you went through something fairly similar, but completely different experience-wise, right?
Yeah, they drove me in an Uber to a 5-star hotel in Doha and like set me up in there.
You don't even have to be a toilet.
Like, it was.
If I'd had a UV light for that motel that they first put us in, I was like,
look, if you wanted some meth, that was the place to be.
Yeah. Oh my God!
I would check everything you now have for bed bugs.
Yeah, but it was bad. It was not good.
MVG told us that you guys bumped into each other as well.
Yeah, we were heading to GDC South. So it's funny. It's called the Moscone complex.
Yes.
And at first I was like, "Is it Moscone?" Nah, I hope it's Moscone. Because it sounds more American that way, and it is Moscone. And he just was like, And it's like, MVG, newsflash, fellow short king. He is not a tall man. He's my height. I was delighted. I was like, brother. So yeah, we had a hug and caught up very quickly. But he had his stuff to do. We had our stuff to do. So we didn't get to hang out that much. And honestly, I mean, we can talk about GDC if you guys want. Like, I can give you the
fans demand it.
Yeah.
The fans demand it. I missed catching up with BT Maverick, who I think did he call me a little CUNT in the chat earlier, like with his super chat.
What is it you can't?
I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, I missed out on Day of the Devs because we didn't get there until Sunday at like 4 o'clock by the time we'd come through customs and everything and got to where we were going to be. So I didn't get a chance to catch up with him, and I think he was only there for that day. But GDC itself is, feedback-wise now, from my point of view, and I can see lots of people in the industry talking about this on LinkedIn, it's not a great thing for media. Like, it just isn't. Like, the fact that we were getting PR emails from folks at GDC, like on the Wednesday and Thursday when I'm flying out, like that evening, it was like, what are you doing? Where were you 6 weeks ago with these requests? So it was very haphazard, and the Moscone complex itself is set up like you've got Moscone South over here where the expo is, and it's not like a Gamescom expo. This is pure games industry, like dev tools, motion capture tools, industry bits and pieces.
AI.
Now, I'll talk about AI in a sec because I've got to write something up for it, but it is a good thing that I actually saw that I was very surprised at. So we'll get into all these little odds and sods. But yeah, and then you got the West Hall, which had some other stuff. It was just very disjointed. San Francisco, really liked that city. Like, it had an almost European vibe to it in terms of like the attitudes of everybody.
It's probably our most progressive large city.
Yeah.
Which for America means like central for you, like centrist for you.
Yeah, very like shared non-gendered bathrooms, so everyone just take a poop next to the lady in your life. That's absolutely fine, or otherwise, it's all cool in San Francisco. But just exploring that city and going out for adventures, going to classic American diners. Holy crap! A grilled cheese with baby back ribs embedded within it, no bones, just rib meat. I hadn't lived until that day. It was glorious. Yeah, I really, really like San Francisco a lot. Like, of all the cities that I've now visited in the US, it's probably my favorite. And it was very easy to get around. It was a walkable place in many ways.
America is enormous, and for all of our good, or all of our bad, there is still plenty of good.
The biggest thing that caught all of our love, everybody that was at GDC, is the Waymos, the self-driving cars that you can call up like an Uber. Yeah, mate. There's a short on our YouTube channel, Nick, if you haven't seen it. So
Nick hasn't seen it. He didn't know you weren't going to be on until I told him 10 minutes before the show started.
I had no idea.
So we were coming in, that we took an Uber or a taxi or whatever from the airport in, and the driver was like, "Have you seen these?" And we were like, "This is a Jaguar car with all of these like extra boxes stuck on top, and this like siren and cameras all over it. No drivers, fully automated. You use an app like Uber. Hello, yep, I'd like a Waymo. It pulls up, it puts your initial on its siren, so you know it's your car. You get in, you can control the music, and you sit there, and it drives you to your destination. And holy crap, it is super cool and impressive. Like,
is it not really unnerving at first being in it?
Yeah, it's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, he messaged me about how terrified he was with the video. Like, what the fuck?
Honestly, the first time it's like, this is crazy, but it's amazing how remarkably safe you end up feeling and how in control the car seems to be. It is very, very clever. Like, and I don't think it would work in anywhere really in the UK because our roads are too small. They're very windy.
Yeah.
The way our cities have naturally grown over thousands of years is very different to.
We built a lot of grids, many grids,
a lot of grids, right? And we did a lot of research into Waymo, and obviously these things had to be trained. And one of the citizens that we ended up speaking to was telling us that the Waymo originally had drivers when they launched, and they learned the city with the cars mapping all of their inputs and how they drove
And then they
around,
fired all.
and then they removed the drivers out, and it's now automated. It was crazy though. It was such a cool little We love the Waymo. No one got an Uber this week. It was all Waymos all day long.
I reckon that would work here. I hope we get it down here in Melbourne because we work mostly in grids and have fairly big roads too. So I reckon it would work here. I'd love for that here. That'd be cool.
But yeah, like there's loads more I can talk about. So I'll let the conversation go how it wants to go. What do people?
We still have news. We still have news to cover. I wanted to get like the BC preservation type talk out while we had Dim on.
And
yes,
John,
absolutely.
just for you, I've made probably the hardest name a game I've ever done.
Why? Why just for me?
Because
I've got no brain power
it was
left.
PC-focused classics in honor of our guest.
Oh, okay. I'm probably not going to do very well then, but that's fine.
In the interest of
You can just do the big ones if you want.
In the interest of not having one of those episodes where we don't even talk about the topic in the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Because we do that every now and again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Obviously Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2, I assume, was fairly successful because
extremely.
Because Focus has already confirmed that Space Marine 3 is a thing, is officially in development, which is
very good news.
That feels quick. Like,
this feels very early, and they're letting people know because there's still a roadmap for 2 to keep getting content, which supposedly some of the, like, maybe we should do a Hangouts, John, where we do the extra, not the main campaign, but the other one, because supposedly some of those missions are better than the main campaign now that they've put out, because they like really found their groove. But yeah, Space Marine 2 is amazing. Saber now has 7 or 8 games in development, including Painkiller, which they're bringing back after announcing that at the Future Games Showcase. Future, not the time frame, the giant media conglomerate, in case anyone's wondering who runs that show. Own Windows Central and Games Rare, among others. But yeah, they put out just like a little teaser, a little mood teaser of Marcus's face with some light animation behind him.
That's a cool image.
Yeah, it feels very early, and I'm excited. I quite like Space Marine. I love Space Marine 2, like one of my favorite games last year. So I'm all for it.
It's effectively a statement to investors and a statement to any game developers out there that would be interested in working on the franchise. You know, much like announce trailers that are CG 6 years before you're going to see shit from the.
You mean Fable?
Studio. They're just there to kind of cue it up.
You
but
mean,
good for them.
You mean Splinter Cell remake?
Splinter Cell remake, Fable, you name it. Don't do it all the time.
And I hope people get used to that, because it is way better when they don't have to. Because like we're seeing it now, as we talked before about the new Microsoft way they're looking at doing consoles and shit. Like they can't talk about any of it right now, and it's just everyone's feeling, oh, well, what's it going to be? We don't know, because it's all insider leaks. And as we saw potentially with the God of War shit, where they put out a Dark Something collection that was just a bunch of skins to celebrate their 20th anniversary, really think that some insiders saw a collection. Like, because the name doesn't sound like a skin pack. It was like the Dark Something collection, God of War Dark Something collection, and it's just Ragnarok skins to celebrate 20 years.
Yeah.
So I don't know that there's any. Now Grub is like, don't think there's a remaster collection. Just think there's like some side project set in Egypt, is what he said now. So
it's
nice when people can talk.
That's easy money for Sony. Easy money for Sony to have remade those, but hey, it's their choice. It's funny. Like you were speaking about the whole Xbox tech thing. You know, the whole. Actually, this is probably a news topic. I'm just going to shut the hell up.
We might have already done. We did one, which is the Steam games thing.
Yeah, we did talk about it.
Well, yeah, quickly on that. I was in that talk
and saw
with
that
Leo
image.
Alobi and Chris Chala. Funnily enough, no, that image was not in the talk. I did. Just going to pull this up here. There was one image I did take that I thought was interesting. So Chris Chala and Leo Lobi gave a talk very similar to the effectiveness of that blog post. They They talked about how busy a year it's been for Xbox. They talked about the history of the platform and how they'd always done crazy things first, like putting a hard drive in the original Xbox was considered crazy at the time. Like developers didn't know what you would even do with it on a console. And now it's the norm. They put an Ethernet port in, now it's the norm, and so on. So they were effectively, and look, the first half hour as Chris Charlie was kind of going over the history of the platform, it was like they talked about Connect. We take risks. Sometimes they don't land, but we always wanted to try something new. And then they cued it into this new era with Leo kind of taking over the speech about the future of Xbox and basically, and bear in mind, they're speaking to developers. They're speaking to the people that make a living designing the things that we love to play. So you've got to kind of put it in that mindset of from a developer perspective, well, if more people can play my game. And they provided some interesting stats. So I just thought I'd share this, seeing as this is fresh off of my phone. Look, there's a screenshot I took of the talk because they were chatting. This is multi-device games and players are the future, right? And the baby boomers, 28% of those people don't play on a multiplayer, like multi-service device. So those are people born from 1946 to 64. I don't think there's many gamers left of that age bracket.
My dad
Gen
doesn't
X,
play games.
37% of Gen X players play on multiple devices.
It's mostly just John Carpenter for the boomers. And Snoop.
Yeah, 49%. Gen Z, 52%, and Gen Alpha, 55%. So they've done some stats basically like, hey, as players get younger, the concept of I turn on my device to play my thing, but I can only play on this one thing is just vanishing. And it's just again, and bear in mind, this is a talk to developers. They're just making that point that times are changing and eventually all us old grey beards are going to be gone. And people should be prepared for that. And they talked about a lot of the opportunities that are around from PC gaming and AI and more reach. We'll talk about AI in a minute. But that slide with the Steam concept or image was not in the public slide deck that was displayed during that talk. So I think that was a genuine boo-boo.
Yeah, I figured. It was definitely a mock-up, but it's probably mock-up based on something they talked about.
Yeah, I wouldn't read too much into it.
No,
right?
just like we would like to have this, not we're doing this.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong. When I wrote my op-ed a week or whatever it was ago, I've heard Steam integration is obviously being bandied around. But bear in mind, there are tons of apps out there that exist right now today. I've got one on my ROG Ally that takes all of my games from all of my places and puts them in one app. That's all that this is right now.
Future hardware, that we said it probably was.
Exactly right. And people are like jumping. I've seen like virally today, everyone's talking about how PlayStation will block Xbox games.
We did all this discussion earlier.
It's like, is this the thing? Like, why? Oh, I don't know.
Well, no, anyway, we were talking about it with MVG earlier. So what we said earlier in the show was that this appears to just be that Xbox OS everywhere and more related to the Xbox app and fully integrating Steam and Epic and all that, like a GOG 2.0, but Xbox's version of GOG 2.0. But then we sort of hypothesized, well, like, okay, well, should future Xbox hardware then carry this ethos forward with integrating Steam and all that? Would or could PlayStation block their games being playable on a future Xbox console that's also a PC with Steam and Epic on it? We had that discussion earlier.
Yeah. It's an interesting one.
Yes, but in a hypothetical world where a future Xbox console could also play Steam and Epic games. But yes, back to the topic we were on. Space Marine 3. Hopefully, I feel like Space Marine 2 was that moment for the franchise now where maybe it becomes this ongoing thing a la Gears, but runs parallel with Gears because it's its own, I guess, take. Because let's be real, anyone who has played Space Marine 1 and 2, you instantly see how similar to Gears of War it is.
Yeah.
But more melee focused than Gears is. But they are very good games. I envision 3 will be like the pinnacle of what has come of this franchise so far.
I think the lucky thing for the guys that dev Space Marine 2 is the Swarm engine that they've chosen to invest their game into, and the improvements that they've made on that engine for something, a franchise like Space Marine, it's just paid off in dividends, because you get, I mean, like, bear in mind, this is current generation. Some of the scenes where they're all pouring in, and the way that they did their skyboxes and merged, like real enemies that are actually there versus we're faking it a bit, but how it just seamlessly all worked together and made you feel like you were in the middle of some seriously epic shit is chef's kiss. Like, and I think they did a much better job of it than Gears 1, 2, and 3 ever did. Like, we've had that. See, if you think back to Gears cutscenes, you'd have the enemies off in the distance, and you could kind of pop them, but you never felt truly swarmed like you did in Space Marine. So, yeah, I give them all the props in the world. I think it's an incredible game.
And it's also that the enemies in the distance, you can tell they're not the types that are fighting you up close, but they still look just good enough, and they animate at a full frame rate. So they don't stick out like you see in some, like Halo 5 had that problem where everyone was choppy the moment they were 50 feet away.
Half the frame rate. It's crazy.
A lot of games do it now, though. Like, Bungie 343 copped a lot of shit for that in Halo, but that became much more standard across the board as time went on. Like, even Fortnite does it when you're in the lobby. When you're on that initial lobby island with all the other players waiting to go onto the main map, same thing. Anyone who's a certain distance away just goes bang, half the frame rate or less, because they don't need it. And I see it a lot. It's like Halo 5 copped a lot of shit.
It was a little more obvious because Halo 5 was one of the few 60 FPS AAA games, and so when it dropped down, it was more noticeable.
Yeah,
for sure.
But yeah, so that's Space Marine 3. I just didn't want to have another one of those episodes where we don't talk about a topic that's in the thumbnail. There's a super chat here from Grand Benefactor Assassin John. On behalf of all Americans, I apologize. Working in service stories like that make me angry for you. Hope y'all have a good time in DC at least.
Don't get me wrong, Assassin. The vast majority of everybody we've met here has been genuinely brilliant. Like, if there's one thing I can say for the American people, is that they are kind and courteous to a fault.
It's
you're
funny.
Almost like, it's okay.
You've been in the kind areas, so
of course.
But I'm saying
I know, right?
The South is kind, but they're kind of assholes. The Southwest, they're just kind of whatever. The North, especially the Northeast, they seem like assholes, but they're actually really kind. And then you hit like the Midwest, and they're just genuinely nice and seem nice. Like you get it around everywhere, but there's so many freaking people here. But yeah, on the whole,
everywhere's got their assholes, right?
Normally, all right.
We've been pretty lucky. It was just that one lady that was just like, and I don't think she thought she was being a dick, but I think it was more a language barrier thing. She just did not understand that I was like, we've just been kicked off of our flight. We were meant to be home. I'm now stuck here, and you haven't got anywhere for me to sleep. And you work for the company, and she was just nothing.
You know why?
That's where I was like,
because this happens every day for her, and she's just numb to it.
Yeah,
for you, it's life altering. For her, it's just like, another one. All right, you'll stay here. It's fine. Leave me alone.
Another one of these
my wife is miserable.
Fucking British tourists.
Yeah. Wandering around like we own the joint, honestly.
You're used to
it. But yeah.
Well, yeah, Trump's going to join the Commonwealth. Didn't you hear? He's open
back
to
in
it.
the Empire. Come on in.
Yeah, he's open to it.
Well, he likes being
King
a king,
Charles.
So...
King Charles extended an invitation. Said, "Hey, you want to be part of the Commonwealth?" He's like, "Oh yeah, why not?"
Sounds good.
Not realizing what that means.
That's most interactions he has. That very last line you said.
Could you imagine the US being in the Commonwealth Games?
It'd be brilliant.
What?
He wanted to buy a MAGA hat.
Donald Trump. I honestly, I was going to come on the show with a MAGA hat. Like, and the funny thing was, we've just gone through a lovely food hall in George Washington University grounds. I've got some complaints about America. I ordered a katsu curry. from an Asian lady who I obviously presumed, well, this is going to be a seriously good katsu curry from an Asian lady. She's going to know, why in the fuck was it a chicken with barbecue sauce on it? That is not a katsu curry.
I've never ordered one of those my entire life here, so.
Katsu curry is a lovely Japanese curry. And typically, the sauce is really nice and spicy and warming, and it's got lovely chunks of like potato and fresh carrot and spring onions on top. And this was a chicken breaded like schnitzel thing with
Cutlet.
Just fucking barbecue sauce on it. I was like, what is this? I was very cross.
It'd be a chicken cutlet here.
What else am I cross about?
Was the Macca's any good there?
Depends entirely on where you
awful.
go. Yeah, so it's all hit and miss because they're all franchise, so you never know if you're getting a good one or not.
Well, hold on, no, that's not supposed to matter with
it
McDonald's.
Does. No, because they don't actually give a shit. They will franchise it.
I know. I'm saying it's not supposed to matter. The whole point, like in Australia or in Melbourne, no matter what Macca's you go to, it's identical.
That's not the case here.
You may get the odd bad day here and there, but
not the case here. The one this direction for me, amazing. This direction, horrible.
Interesting.
Yeah, both Macca's I've had, the one in Vegas and the one in San Francisco were not good. It was not good times. The food selection was like really minimal as well.
I really want you guys to come down here. Really want you two to come down here.
McDonald's in Amsterdam, like superb, but yeah.
We had an excellent McDonald's in Germany.
Yeah.
It was really
Germany Macca's was great.
Yeah.
Fuck the German McDonald's.
So
Trump hat.
We walked
I was going to come on with the Trump hat because I got props. I got my Cheetos, right?
Oh yeah.
I got my Mountain Dew.
Oh my God.
I was ready.
Why don't you get one of these?
I was ready to go full. I'll look for it in the 7-Eleven across the forecourt. But we'd searched for a Trump hat. We'd had no luck. And
Good.
the other, so I'm trying to get as many stories out as well because they're quite funny. We got to the station and I said to Kat, "Oh, no Trump hats. I'm really disappointed. I thought they'd be on every street corner." Obviously, bear in mind, we're literally in George Washington University. There's a lot of young people around, maybe not their scene. And then I was like, oh, tell a lie. And there they were. Just a homeless man selling cans of beer and 2 bright red Trump hats encrusted with beautiful purple zirconia diamonds that said Trump, make America again. And I would have bought one if I had any actual dollars with me, because I don't think the homeless man had a cash
Most of
machine.
them would have a square and they would take your card and then they would steal from it.
My God. Yeah, I wasn't going to do that. But it did make me laugh that the minute I was like, oh, there is one. And then we didn't get it. But the other funny thing is, as we arrived at Washington Memorial, so the big spire, the big penis of America, there were some lovely anti-abortion guys there.
Oh wow!
And I don't know if it's because I'm a white dude and I've got a mohawk and I'm looking like
No, the mohawk is enough.
But then, and look, I'm not getting political here, people. I have my opinion. Everybody else can have theirs. If you're listening to the show, and you
John loves murdering babies. You got it.
I don't mean to make you feel like you're an arsehole and I'm an arsehole. This is just my opinion. I'm walking past, and this guy goes to me, "Hey, brother, you want to join us, brother? Help us defend the abortion holocaust in America?" And I went, "Nah, it's not for me, bro. I haven't got a womb. No womb, no choice," or something like that. And then under my breath, but clearly not as quietly as I thought, I said the worst thing I could have said to perhaps a Bible-thumping, pro-life American, which is, "Jesus Christ. Oh, Lordy, I blasphemed. That was not a good move." He got out the megaphone. Right? So I'm walking along that. Yes, that is his name. And you
oh my God.
You were this close to being locked up in an ICE detention center for 4 months.
Honest to God, I was like, just keep walking. It was just insane. But this guy had a plaque the size of me, just with their kids walking around. This is a family place, a national heritage site to go visit. Just dead fetuses all over the all over these billboards, and I'm just like,
Oh my god.
that's where the obviously mistaken blaspheming came from. I didn't mean to kick things off further, but it was, in hindsight, very funny. So
if Kat was with you should have turned around to her and said, "How many abortions have you had? Like 7 or 8?"
No,
bad.
no.
This is just an abortion factory right next to me over here.
Just
pumping out the abortions.
No.
We don't believe in
it was
condoms, so just abortion.
But it was a weird time, but lovely to see all the monuments. Anyway, there you go. There's some amusing anecdotes from my time in Washington DC.
In the interest of getting the show back on track, because apparently it's me that makes things go longer all the time. I want to talk about one more bit of news before we go on to name a game. Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So back a while ago, there was a micro controversy, which is when Towerborne was announced. It was only announced for like PC and PC Game Pass, and everyone was like, "But what about an Xbox version? It's an Xbox game. It's not for Xbox." Well, now it is for Xbox, so it lands on Xbox Game Pass April 29th. Towerborne.
Yep.
With a big old meaty update. Looks good.
Yep. Which I may download it because it kind of looks like Guardian Heroes, like a modern day Guardian Heroes.
Let me talk to you about Towerborne because, my friends, I've had hands-on with the Xbox version of the game.
Does it look better? Right, this looks better than I remember.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
So it looks way cleaner. I can't think of a better way to describe it. Everything is very,
it went from being
vibrant.
Pretty to being gorgeous.
It is supremely good looking. It plays fantastically. They've made so many improvements across the UI. I had a really good chat with McLaren, who is the creative director for Towerborne. So we got there, we jumped on, we were playing. I actually went back and played Towerborne twice out of all the games that I got to try at the Xbox event. And I can talk about a few of those if you would like, Nick. I don't want to digress. But Towerborne specifically, I would say it is almost a transformative change to what I have played for my initial review in progress.
Those are the best types of early access games like that. Even Hades 2 was really full, but I go back there now and it feels very different. I do think that's one thing a lot of people got to get used to with early access is, I played it when it went into early access. It wasn't that good. I don't like it. Like, but give it a year.
Yeah. It's
not going to be the same game if it's, any good.
Honestly, they've made something I think that is genuinely refreshing. It's like a really good palate cleanser. And, chatting with McLaren and the team, and the good news is I will be working with those guys. We're going to do an exclusive on XboxEra. We're going to team up. We'll play some games. We'll have a developer, the combat designer, and hopefully McLaren as well join us. Play together as like a 3-player, myself and those guys. And we'll talk through, take some questions from everybody. We'll make a cool little video for everybody to watch ahead of release. But it plays better. They've revamped the combat system, so now you can actually pick a build path for yourself. And bear in mind, I think the combat designer for Towerborne was the original combat designer for, keep me honest here, Diablo 3. So they are very conscious of making sure that they've got this broad range of content and choice available to players. They've revamped the UI. They've made the maps kind of easier to navigate with more stuff to do in them. It is it's a big old transformative change. And the couch co-op it's just flawless. It feels so good. And it is the perfect ROG Ally handheld game as well. You can hop on, clear a couple of maps. It'll take you 10 minutes if you want to do one, or 5 even. You can choose map levels and designs depending on how long you've got. So when they talk about it being not a forever, this has got to take over your whole life, you can come in, play what you want to play, team up with your buddies, do couch co-op. You can button mash to a degree if you don't want to take on the real challenging stuff. But if you want to start grinding out that gear and getting the really powerful stuff, you've got to get good. And believe me, McLaren's played a lot. He was running circles around me, and I thought I was okay at the game. He was doing some crazy shit. So for those that like their fighters and their side scrollers, this is I don't know, an RPG element mixed in with
It
Streets of
sounds
Rage.
like I don't know if you've ever played Guardian
You're gonna love
Heroes.
it,
Have you ever
think.
played Guardian Heroes?
I haven't. No.
It's a game. I think Guardian Heroes, and those in the chat who are into those games like me can remind me. I think it's by Treasure. It is. It is by Treasure. Okay, I remembered well.
It was on the Sega Saturn.
Yes, it was a Saturn game. That's why I was so fond of it. And yeah, Towerborne does sound like modern day Guardian Heroes, which is why I'm very interested in it. Because I was a massive fan of Guardian Heroes on the Saturn. Guardian Heroes is also a backwards compatible Xbox Live arcade title. For those,
Check it out.
and it should, yeah, there it is. It is still. Can you still buy it? It's not delisted. Let's see. I'm waiting for the website to load up. Hey, it looks like you can.
Wow, it looks a lot better on the 360 as well.
Yeah. Someone can confirm, because for me on the website it says install. You own this. So for someone who doesn't,
I'll look
own
it up right now.
Can you check if it's still purchasable?
It says buy Guardian Heroes as I click this link. Let us see.
Oh, good. It's If
$5.
you haven't played it,
You can buy it right now.
oh, good. So you can still buy it. So
Yep.
it's still BC. You can still buy it now. It's a classic Saturn game by Treasure. And it looks like Towerborne is like the newest, a modern incarnation of Guardian Heroes.
Damn it.
Which is great.
Those links don't work on
so-
YouTube.
I'll be fully into that.
There
I
you go.
think you're gonna love Towerborne. I
Yeah,
that's
I
gonna
reckon
be
I might too.
your alley.
Nick
Yeah.
normally is Mr. Side Scroller, so it makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why when I first saw footage of it, I got flashbacks of Guardian Heroes, which I loved on Saturn. Awesome game. So that to me, I reckon that's all the major news. Like, we're at almost the 3-hour mark, and we still need to do more community questions.
There's
and
not a ton,
name a game.
thankfully.
And my poor partner is exhausted and wants to go to sleep. So let's wrap this up.
Nope.
So I am more than happy to go straight into name a game, which also means I'll need to learn in
Oh,
buzzing.
yeah. I got to get a buzz in. I'll give it to you right now as we load up. Name a
How's
game.
John going to do it? What's John on? Are you on a laptop?
He's on a laptop. He'll do his phone.
I'm on a laptop, but I'll be
okay.
buzzing on my phone. That should work.
All right.
Theoretically.
Yeah, let me get you the buzz in real quick. Boop, boop. So then I can make everything look pretty. As I said, this week's Name a Game is going to be set on PC Focus Classics. It's going to be a real real pain in the dick for you two. It's going to be very funny to watch.
It will be.
All right. Here it is. Name a game. It's time
Okay.
for Name a Game.
Yes, name a game. The amazing, wonderful, greatest game show in the gaming podcast industry. Name a game that I invented myself from scratch. Each week we play for patrons. One of the many amazing perks of being one of our wonderful, delicious patrons.
Delicious.
This week I am playing for Brian G. And John is playing for Dave Harp of Harp Industries
boy.
Co. I just made that up.
It's a brilliant ad lib. Thank you,
but,
sir.
yeah, I'm very good at that. Not. So we've got our topic, PC games, which means I got no fucking chance.
Sorry, PC games.
It's PC Classics. So it was in honor of
Personal
them.
computer.
Yes.
Oh, thank God! I thought it was DC games. I was like in full-on panic mode.
Mm.
Not Dreamcast, PC.
And some of these are
Okay.
pretty big games. They're not like Transference, which ended last week's, which I don't know. Did you even look that one up, Nick, to remember what that was? That was the Ubisoft and Elijah Wood, like, first person weird shit. All right, so the category this week is PC Classics. That will include 10 games in total, where the first 3 will win. John and Nick got a buzz in. Number 1, gentlemen. It is 2 words. To get to those 2 words, which I will, I gotta figure out how the fuck I can type this in chat for you more easily. All right, there we go. Dower American movie ticket website. John, as an honorary American, has a better chance on this one. Classic.
Ooh.
Classic. PC first. It is now available on consoles, but it was only PC at the time.
Dower American movie ticket website.
With John going to the movies tomorrow, he might have used that website to find. It's a Tim Schafer LucasArts classic. That's as good as a hint as I can give. Tim Schafer LucasArts classic.
Yeah, right. Shush. I'm trying to think.
Oh, no one in chat even?
I'm trying to think of all those point and click adventure games.
Let's start the timer.
Something Ticketmaster.
No, movie tickets. Ticketmaster or more live events.
Oh, okay.
Timer's going. 9, 8. Well, nobody in chat got it, so it wasn't a good one.
Dower. I mean, I'm thinking like Day of the Tentacle.
It's one of those. Timer's up though. It was Grim Fandango.
Fandango.
Grim Fandango. Shit.
Amanda got it. She got something Fandango. She knew half of it. Joe Sinister eventually got it. All right. The next one, number 2, is Marvel Vampire Sprinter. And that is Nick.
Blade Runner.
Correct. On the board, up 1-0. Woo. All right. This one, probably neither of you have ever heard of before, but you have a chance. It is 1 word. That word is machine for weaving. Another LucasArts classic. Oh, Nick.
Loom.
You only know that because I brought it up earlier, but correct.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa, hang on. I wasn't here earlier. That's
on you, lazy asshole. Get home.
Fuck, man. That's luck of the draw, man.
All right. For a potential sweep of the lazy asshole, it is... Whoop. Soy got 0 pie hole and yo got a yell.
Clear the buzzer.
I have no mouth. I can't butt in. I have no mouth yet. I must scream.
Correct.
Yeah. That was also mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I know. That's why I brought I was laughing when it got brought up because it was like, oh shit, that was one of the ones I chose. Why? Because it's the type of thing that normally comes up when MVG's on. All right, everything's set. Not buzz. This next one's really fucking long. I'm sorry. There you go. Netflix league show, of Valve's PC launcher labors and Colossus Sister Mysterious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words. I had to go read it to know.
Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Do you feel good about yourself?
It's a certain dev, one of a lot of people's favorite game from a certain dev. Is it on PC Game Pass now? I don't even know. Let me see.
Hold on. Oh shit.
You need to know the whole name.
Yeah, I know. Oh, fuck.
It's a long name.
I know.
Starting the timer.
I don't know what Colossus. I don't know what Colossus sister is.
7. She's in Marvel Rivals 6, 5. She does Portals 4, 3, 2. She was in the Runaways movie, I think. 1, 0. It is.
Hold on. We've run out of time now. Arcana.
Close. Not quite, but close.
Fuck. All right,
Arcanum. Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. And it's even Magic spelled like her name in the comics. Magick. But Arcanum is one of, like, a lot of people's favorites games from friggin' Bethesda and all them. The next one is just as bad. So I apologize ahead of time. It's also only 1 word, which you're going to be like, what the fuck? Because there it is. Blower Looney Tune from Australia, short form Mother Bloody Ah. Blower Looney Tune from Australia, short form Mother Bloody Ah. Short for mother is what it should say.
And it's one word.
A single fucking word. It's not a real word.
Man, come on.
No,
Come on now.
blower. It's the blower part that's getting me.
You like live action titties? And body horror? This is the game for you.
What?
Oh yeah, I'm not kidding. You like live action titties and horror and body horror especially. This is a game for you. Cult classic. Not good, but a cult classic.
I mean, I've got like,
Nick,
oh,
Is it Phantasma?
you're really close. John, you can steal. If you have any idea.
Phantasmagoria.
Correct. Tied at 2.
Blower.
for
Fan.
that, though.
I knew Tasmania. I'm like,
Yeah.
the Looney Tune from Australia is
Yeah, I had
Tasmania.
Taz.
And then short for mother,
Mum.
Yeah.
Mum.
Yeah.
Phantasma.
Isn't Phantasmagoria spelled with a PH?
Yeah, who cares? Don't get all,
Yeah, okay.
don't get all pissy on me.
It's the
You got it
gory
right.
part that threw me.
Yeah, then
I was
bloody,
like,
gory,
Phantasma.
and then I didn't know how to just get the letter A other than just putting letter A, which I might do again in a second. All right, how about one a little more basic, bitch? To see who can win in this game tied at 3, buzzers are cleared. Things are going into chat as it is. 2 words. Structure surprise. Yeah, YouTube crashes suck, Darren. There's nothing on our end. I have no idea how to fix it. I reviewed the remake of this game. Starting the timer.
Structure.
I got yelled at for not breaking down every friggin'... I can't swear in that DLC pod tomorrow, so I'm trying. I gotta remember. 2, 1, 0. System shock.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Whoops.
All right. Next one. Also, just 2 words. Old classic on PC. Now available on consoles. It is Brimming Strangle. John. Sorry,
I know what it is.
I don't think I've got this right.
9,
Oh,
8,
I know what it is.
7,
But
6,
No.
5.
He said overflow. That's wrong.
Incorrect. Nick, what is it for the win?
full throttle.
Full throttle. Full throttle.
Yeah. Sorry, you almost had it, John. But like you have been this year, you once again
Realised
choked it
pretty
away. Yep. All right, 2 more for funsies. Real quick, because people are probably already bored. Boop, 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 boop. Oh my god, there's so many fucking things to change here. I wish this was more automated. All right, there you go. Thumb cover dank plant playground. 2 words. Not as old a game as the rest that have been so far.
Thumb cover. Oh,
Nick,
Thimbleweed Park.
correct? Have you ever even
Nice.
heard of that game, John?
Yes. Yeah, I played it.
I have.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
have.
One
Never
word.
played it, but I've heard of it.
Opioid for the masses. It's not another word for it. Is hey, actually, it kind of is another word for it. Opioid for the masses. 1 word. John.
He beat me.
Overdose?
No.
No. Oh, he didn't get it. Oh shit. What's the word?
I threw it in there because it was at the Spring Showcase for Future Game Show. It is coming back.
Yes. What is that word? It's the name of a drug.
It's not the name of a drug. It's the name of a type of drug.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I mean.
Painkiller. There you go.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching the bloody Future Game Show.
Yeah, with me.
I haven't been reading any news this week, so I'm gonna give myself.
I ended up co-hosting that show for funsies. Or co-streaming, not co-hosting. I was not Nolan North. Yeah, pretty good.
I had it on while I was working in the background.
We have a lot of flavors of M&Ms in this country.
Yeah, bad.
Yeah, man, the coffee caramel. Ooh. Yeah, boy.
Anything coffee flavored is great.
Now we'll
Last
get to John's least favorite part of the show because he hates all of these people so much.
Oh, so we're finished. We're finished with name again.
That was it.
Okay.
Yeah, you won.
Okay, very good. Finally. So, as we mentioned at the top of the show, and as I in particular like to mention when I'm hosting, I know John doesn't, but I like to.
John gets so mad. He just wants it. He gnashes his teeth and yells.
I really want to make a point of highlighting our amazing and delicious patrons.
I don't like the delicious part.
Delicious. Because we love how much they support us. They make like John would not be over there getting abused by United if it wasn't for our patrons. So that's your
true.
Revenge. John treating you all like shit. Look how you got him back. You paid for him to be abused by United. That's the ultimate revenge. So thank you all patrons for making that possible, because who doesn't love to watch John get abused overseas in strange countries?
Cat?
Everyone loves that.
He's probably the only one.
Yeah.
His exes definitely do.
Yeah.
His kids probably do. Maybe Harriet doesn't. She seems nice. Jacob, though. Yeah. Oh, God. Jacob's just laughing.
While we're talking about abusing John, I mentioned at the top of the show, but you weren't on and I forgot you weren't on. I was up till 2 a.m. last night watching a certain TV show you recommended to me, Adolescence. Bro, we're not talking about that show on the podcast. We're not doing a dedicated movie podcast on that show.
He hated it.
I'm sorry. I didn't hate it.
You disliked it, but the more you think about it, the more you hate it.
Yes. It's a show where the more I analyze it and think about it, the worse the show gets. Like, it is... It needed more episodes to be good. Trying to deliver what they were trying to deliver in 4 episodes. 4 episodes was not enough. It was silly. It was manipulative in a way where the show was trying to be clever, but it didn't stick its landing in trying to be clever. Like, I'm getting frustrated now talking about it.
I think you're just proving to me that as you are not the man to go to for opinions on television.
No, I am 100% the person to go to for opinions on TV shows.
Did you watch Severance, Nick? The best show on TV?
I said I'm going to go back and give that another shot.
It's a good show. I don't want to oversell it. I just think it's a very well-made show. I like it quite a bit.
If you want to watch a better version of what Adolescence was trying to do, if you want to watch a better version, watch Defending Jacob on Apple TV Plus.
Anything with Jacob and defending him, John's not into. He's never defending a Jacob.
Yeah, it's Defending Jacob.
I would say this to you. I would say, don't get me wrong, I haven't seen Defending Jacob, but I will go check it out based on your recommendation, because
I'm not hyping it up. I'm just saying that watching Adolescence made me think it's an inferior version of Defending Jacob.
So, yeah, I haven't seen, I can't comment. But what I would say to you is, I think any parent in today's society should watch Adolescence if they're of that, if they've got a kid of that age, because it is a frightening kind of like just a what if about the dangers.
That part I understood.
The part where you're going off on, I feel like the wrong track is analysing it to the degree that there was more story to tell. There isn't. The point of the show is not why he did it. Although the point of the show isn't like confirming his guilt. It is examining the real victims of everything else around him and what society's doing. It's not about...
Yes, I understood that by the end, but my problem is 4 episodes was not enough to do that properly anyway. It needed more episodes. So so again, no matter which way I tried to look at the show, it didn't succeed. So I was hoping it was going to be more about, is he actually guilty? Because here's the other shows failing. If the show
that's where it's not about that though.
God, YouTube crashed again.
Okay,
like it was never about
so here is where the show failed. Had it focused purely on what it ended up being about, had it focused on, hey, this is the impact this has on not just the kid himself, on his parents, on the neighborhood, on his family, on blah, 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 blah. Had the show focused just on that, it could have done it successfully in 4 episodes. But the show tries to then be, ooh, are we alluding to a court drama? Maybe Ryan did it. Ooh, did Ryan do it? Why did Jade punch up Ryan? So it's starting to take you down the track of, did he do it? Did he not do it? But then it doesn't explore it. And it's like, bro, you can't do that. You either focus on the impacts of what's happened, or you make it a cool whodunit drama type thing. Did he do it? Did he not do it? And the show sat there and tried to tease both things, and then it gets to the 4th episode, and it's like, surprise, it's about the impacts of social media. It's like, no, that's not how you do that. That's not how you do that.
It did not tease. It did not tease.
What do you mean they didn't tease? What? What show were you watching? I just watched all 4 of them last night till 2 a.m. What show were you watching?
Clearly, you were hooked.
No, the first episode hooked me because they started teasing that it's a whodunit, did he or did he not do it drama. So we were like, oh, let's see. I want to see. Because my prediction was... They did. Oh my...
By the end of the episode, you had it right there. Yeah, your son did this shit, bro.
No, they didn't. Because...
Yes!
No, they didn't. I can't take show recommendations from you anymore. I can't take show recommendations from you anymore. I can't do it.
Bro,
I can't do it.
The whole world recommended that show.
They spent an entire episode making you think Ryan may have done it. They spent an entire episode in a 4-episode show making you think Ryan may have done it. What are you talking about, bro?
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why we created the Sick and Nick's Flicks podcast, which you can watch if you are a patron.
But I don't want to spend. I don't want to spend an episode of that waste. I don't want to waste an episode of that show talking about this show because it was silly. You're breaking up. Thank God.
You were watching,
man. Please don't recommend TV shows to me anymore. Because, man, that was ridiculous. I'm glad the patrons...
This is our new Play It Off music.
Sent you there. My God. Anyway. Don't watch Adolescence, people. This is good wrap-up music.
Okay, I now need to rebuild our podcast background.
Now, as well as getting John abused by United Airlines, the other great perk about being a patron is that you get to ask us community questions. Now, we've covered a lot of them already because I wanted to get a bunch of them done while we had MVG. So now we will finish off the remaining ones. So do you want me to start on the forum or the form?
You gotta wait because I gotta rebuild our podcast.
Why?
Because I turned it into Second Xbox. Where's our logo?
Oh yeah, look at that. There was only 2 of us.
Yeah. Oh, it had the whole. It was the whole thing. Go back a little bit. It was literally entirely just Sick and Xbox. It was the background.
Was it really? Logo. I wasn't watching at the time. I was too angered by what we were talking about.
Mm-hmm. I'm on CJAD 93 on the form.
On the form.
Yeah. I just went in the order of what's in the showrunner.
Okay. Apple TV Plus, Defending Jacob, Chris Evans, and the kid from It and Stranger Things. Great show. Watch Defending Jacob. It's really good. And it gives you enough episodes to actually explore what it's trying to do.
Move on.
CJAD 93. Hey, gents, bit of a random one. I'm going to become a dad later this year. Congratulations. We're also dads. All of us. Twice. Twice.
Sorry.
And I wondered if you had any advice. Yeah. and could just tell us about your experiences of becoming a dad for the first time and how you balanced it with gaming.
You
Have a
won't.
great weekend.
You will be a
Oh,
dad
boy.
who can occasionally get gaming in. As your kid grows a little, from what I told, I didn't move in until they were 2. But pretty much it is your schedule becomes their schedule, especially early on, and you'll get in the rhythms and you'll see how they are. How do they sleep? When do they get up? All type of that stuff. And then you learn when you can do stuff.
I don't know what...
Slightly...
Go.
Sorry. I think everyone's like, for me, my laptop is really struggling now. So like everything feels a bit delayed and audio keeps cutting in and out. So apologies if I talk over anyone because of that.
No, fuck you.
Early on, advice for going through the whole having a baby be born and gaming time. When the baby's born, they sleep for like the first 6 to 9 months. Now, if your partner is breastfeeding, congratulations, you've got the milk machine. And if she's not into the whole pumping the milk out, your life is remarkably easier, my friend, and enjoy the ride while it lasts. You will be on nappy duty, and that is the price you will have to pay. However, they sleep for a lot, and you can just get a little rocky thing with your foot and play games and just rock that baby, and it's great.
Nope, he died.
It's fine.
Oh.
Good times.
Didn't hear any of that last part.
It was really bad. Fun, good times. Enjoy.
And advice. Okay. I don't know when the kid's due, CJ, if you're there as well watching. Right now, as of right now, before the baby comes, get all the sleep you can. Sleep in as much as possible. Get all the sleep you can get. Because there's a fair chance you won't get much once the baby comes. That's the first advice I can think of. Please make time for you and your partner now. Get all the dinner dates out of the way. Have as much fucking sex as possible. Do all those things that you can do. Go on dates. Just spend time alone together. Because once that kid comes, fucking goodbye.
You got 18 years before you get it again.
Enjoy the little things, because again, you're not going to realize these things until you have a kid. So enjoy having a car that's able to be filled with people. So people don't think of that until you've lost the car. You don't think of it. So I just got my cars back. My cars at one point had 2 baby seats in them, 2 boosters or baby seats, which means we couldn't put anything else in the fucking car. We couldn't go out with friends in one car. We couldn't do any of those things because we lost the fucking car. We just got our car back, both our cars, which is amazing. So those little things. Is your house, how big is your house? Is it cool? Are you fine losing a room to a kid? If your council allows for it, get a bigger bin. Get bigger bins, because pretty soon your bin is going to be nothing but fucking nappies. And that's all your bin is going to be. It is going to be 80% nappies. So organize a bigger bin from now, if you can, to accommodate for that. What are those other little things? I said get all the sleep you can now. Gaming-wise, you shouldn't have an issue. If anything, you may be able to play more. If anything, there's a decent chance for those first 6 months. Yeah, there's a chance that for those first 6 months, you might actually get more gaming time in. Because now it's like, oh shit, kid's up in the middle of the night. My turn. Put it in. Yeah, can play some games while you rock the kid. So you might actually get more time with games. Gaming is not an issue. I wouldn't stress too much about gaming time. And if you do it the right way, the kid might get into games and play them with you as they get older. Yeah. What were you about to say?
I have one other suggestion, or of other little ones to chuck in there. Pay attention to your partner. Key thing here, giving birth doesn't look like much fun. And you're going to see some things. Now, depending on how much you love your partner, and I'm sure you do, it is often described as watching your favorite pub burn to the ground. So just buckle up for that. But also afterwards, look after her. Offer to do everything you can and keep an eye on how she's feeling and how she's doing, and do the right thing.
I think
all the way
Nick and I should probably talk about this because we don't have a bunch of exes who want to murder us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I'm
That's
kidding.
charming. I'm just taking all the punts today.
It was so easy. I had to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
But yeah.
But congratulations
again,
in the long run.
Yes, congratulations. Just again, I don't know how much time you've got, but make the most of. There are so many things that you're not going to think of that you've now lost until after the kid comes along. Like, and I don't know your situation with your parents or your in-laws. Hopefully you're lucky enough like I am. I'm quite blessed in having both my parents who love taking the children off my hands.
Mm-hmm.
Like my parents love taking my two kids. So I'm totally understand how lucky I am in that sense. So hopefully you have that same luck where you have at least one set of parents that's happy to take the kid off your hands, so you continue to get that time with your partner going forward. But yeah, that's probably.
I want to show this one thing before we go to the next question. You guys can see this in a few seconds, people. So our cat Oreo had a UTI issue. Had too much. He had too much salmon, which led to some urinary tract issues. So he was on kitty Valium, and I just had to show this because it is the highest any cat has ever looked, and it is adorable. And my God, like he is fully awake. Yeah, he had too much tuna because we had cans of tuna. But yeah, he is so fucked up. He was falling down. Like we eventually called him. Was like, he's doing fine. He's peeing clear. Can we take him off? And they were like, yes, because he was falling off of everything. Like he was on his kitty condo and just fell like 5 feet. I caught him right before he hit the ground head first. Like he was so out of it. It was. He's doing great now. But yeah, he was as high as it gets. I just had to share that.
Hilarious. Thank you for showing me that. That's given me life.
Okay.
We took a lot.
If we're staying on the form, Agent of Chaos.
Yep. Ready to go.
Okay. Agent of Chaos 907. Hello, XboxEra. I hope that GDC week, both in person and remote, has been great for you all. Following the reviews for Assassin's Creed Shadows and other games over the past few months, quite a few reviewers have come out in their reviews noting their low playtime for these reviews for various reasons. I'll not name names, as I'm unsure if we should, but basically what should we expect of a reviewer to do in their job? To me, to only play a minor portion of the game for embargo date, with the exception of late review codes being given out and personal issues of course, feels disrespectful to their audience, the developers, and their own job. I hope that this doesn't come off as insensitive.
Nope.
I just want to know more about the review process.
It's the main reason I got into the review process, because I was so annoyed at always reading reviews that I found out later people really hadn't played through the whole thing. Like, Assassin's Creed's a weird one. I know it's super busy, GDC's going and all that type of stuff, but also there was an opportunity to have over 3 weeks for it. So to see some people like, yeah, I'm like 10 hours in, it's like, you had at least 2, and you could have had 3 weeks. So if you do want to cover it, like, if you're not going to cover it at all, or you're just going to talk about it a little bit here and there, like, Dim was super busy, and he got to play. He played it as much as he could, just so he could have some talk about it. But he's not doing a scored review or anything like that, or major coverage that's going to influence people. That is one of the things I've just seen all over the place, is people constantly talking about this game and its story, and they're not even a 10th of the way through it. I'm like, you might be right, but you don't know. I got a game yesterday that I don't know if I can say exactly what it is, because they're like, play it offline and don't let people see you're playing it, even though no one fucking cares. But the first Berserker Kazan is a game that I'm going to eventually review, and I might only have 2.5 days for that. And my goal will still be to beat it. As hard as that might be, because that game could be 30, 40 hours. Who knows? I'm going to try. But if I don't, I'm going to make it very clear exactly why. Like, I only had 2 days because I didn't know it was 47 PR. I reached out to Nexon directly, who then got me in touch with 47. They're super cool. It just took a long time. So normally you have about a week, depending on how long the game is. Sometimes, I say normally you have 2 weeks. Often you have 1 week. Sometimes you have more than that. You should always make it clear. I had a week. or it was super busy, I just can't do it. Here are my early thoughts, that type of thing. Like Paris was like, I didn't get to play much of Assassin's Creed. I've liked what I played so far, but I'll let you guys know more once I played more. That's super cool. But when I've read reviews from people that I know what they're saying means they didn't actually play through the game. And sometimes when their profiles are public and you can go and see they didn't play through the game, but they still gave it a score and all that type of shit, it pisses me off a lot.
I think it's very unfair on. Like, at the end of the day, your job as a reviewer is to review the whole product as best you can and see as many facets of it as you can. And I think with any narrative-based game, you should absolutely be playing that 100% through.
And not skipping anything, which is why I wouldn't give a narrative game to Nick.
Correct. Before you assign a score to someone's hard work. I will say that for things like, racing games or repeat activity games like multiplayer,
yearly sports titles,
with fish. Yeah, like you can dive in, you can check out what's new, but the fundamental game of football probably hasn't.
I knew everything new in WWE Raw in 3 hours, but I still played in another like 10 just to see as much as I could.
And I just think that people need to, if you're watching a content creator, don't always expect a review and listen to what they're telling you. Most of the time, if you're a solo content creator, I would not expect a full review. And I think it's a miracle that folks like ACG do.
Mortismal. He's not just a full review. He's a 100% the game review.
Absolutely insane, right? But not everybody's built that way. And especially for folks with families and stuff like that, it's a harder get the fish. So just find the voices you trust. Make sure you separate out impressions versus reviews. But yeah, I agree with Jesse. If you're going to assign a score, you better have played that all the way through. Like don't bullshit about it. That's cheeky. I think it's a disservice to the people that put the game together as well, because you've half-assed it.
Yeah.
But hey, good answer, Jesse.
I think if you're a full-time paid reviewer, then there's not much of an excuse to have not put a lot of time in and all that sort of stuff. There's obviously a reason Jesse gives me scrolling beat 'em ups and fighters, because they could be beaten quite quickly.
I'm looking forward to your review of City of the Wolves.
Oh God, I can't wait for that.
Yeah, you're gonna have a while for that one too, so you should be fine.
And again, like the beauty of fighting games is technically based on what people look for in a fighter. You can do it all in an hour, technically. If you've played through, say, an arcade mode, a story mode, like Street Fighter 6, when I reviewed that, I made sure I at least fully played through an arcade playthrough, made sure I played a bunch of time in the World Tour mode. I tried out each mode, played a bunch of fights. That's the beauty of the fighting games. Scrolling beat 'em ups can usually be beaten in a few hours. That's why the Smurfs game pissed me off so much, because that game was trying to be like a 3D platform adventure thing with story, and I just like, it took me so fucking long to beat that game. I literally got the code well after the game was already out and embargo had passed. So in a way it was lucky, because I could take my time and fully play it. So in a weird way, it was almost a blessing in disguise. But yes,
yeah, and I would say I like the kind of funny games. I see Ice Cold saying Greg gave Indiana Jones a 6 originally, but then beat it and said he was wrong. It's like, I like what they do, but assigning a score before you've finished your playtime with a game and seen enough to feel like you can be accurate, which I think in a game like Indiana Jones requires beating it, I'm just not into. We've had issues in the past of people who didn't beat stuff on the website and reviewed it, and I just nuked them all, because just as a website, our standards are, if you can beat it, that is the base requirement for doing a review. Like sometimes you got 2.5 days and you're like, I'm going to do as much as I can. So on Monday, if I have a review comes out that says I played 30 hours of this game and this is what I think, and I'm not going to update it later because no one's going to read the update later. Those are the exception. Other than that, we definitely want to always beat something, or if it's not something you beat. Like I got through Balatro like 10 times with at least 10 victories. That game is like having 70 victories plus like every deck and every color and all that type of shit. I've seen the game. I know the game at that point. I know how all of the progression works. Like there are those types where once you feel good and we trust each other, that it's like, yeah, we've seen enough. I don't have to get the hidden ending in a certain game. Like I can just see the base ending or a couple of endings, or there's a sports game that I've reviewed 3 years in a row. I can play NBA 2K for 10 hours and know how I feel about it compared to last year. So it definitely annoys me when I saw so many people giving definitive takes on Assassin's Creed Shadows this week that I just knew if you actually played through the whole game, like Yasuke is not an add-on. He's an integral part of some of the best parts of that game. Like his story and his character and the way it ties into the Assassins and Templars mythos and all that shit's really cool. But you won't know that because it all comes at the end of the game. So that type of stuff bothers the shit out of me.
There was a lot of Ubisoft tax in some of those reviews. Like there were so many reviews I read that I said earlier sounded like 9 out of 10 reviews, and then you see the score was like 7. I'm like, what? Like your words are full of praise, and why have you given this a 7? Like. I don't know. It was just weird. There was some weird.
Well, even like the IGN review is really well written and really well done, and it read like a 9 or better, and then it was an 8. I was like, huh. Definitely read like a 9, but if you feel it's at the end,
I've played, I want to say about 15 hours of Assassin's Creed Shadows now at this point, and you know I knew I was going to get a bunch in before I flew out to GDC. Even then, as random tangent, I really like Assassin's Creed Shadows. I think it's probably the most
I like it.
Immersive world that Ubisoft have created in a while, from the Assassin's Creed franchise specifically, since Black Flag. I really, really like it. But I was even more impressed, and this is just a random side note, of how incredible the game runs on my ROG Ally. To the point where I was able to plug in on my plane flight and play like a couple of hours of Assassin's Creed Shadows on my ROG at 60 FPS, and it was great. And I had a whale of a time.
It's got the optimization of working incredibly well with and without ray tracing. So it can go from your balls out 4090 struggling to do, 70 at 4K to no ray tracing on. Your older hardware can kick its ass. It's really nice.
So are you saying that one of those grifting Twitter accounts was lying about the PC port being a mess?
I mean, I'm running a 4090, so
I'm talking about your ROG Ally, though. You said it was running on your ROG Ally.
Yeah, it's people trying to push the ray trace global illumination, which is super heavy. But like, you look at Digital Foundry, Digital Foundry is like, this is amazing. Like, what they have done here is incredible.
It looks so good.
Yeah, the world of Assassin's Creed Shadows has ruined other open worlds for me, just in how it looks and feels to be in. It's so good.
It's so good. I do want to show you something else. Random tangent. The other way I play Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Ooh.
You're gonna like this. You're gonna like this.
I like the way you look.
While I was at GDC, I bumped into Ralph from the company.
Oh, from XREAL.
Yeah,
from XREAL. We follow each other on Twitter.
He gave me a little gift, as you can see here.
I want one.
I will be doing a full review of these, but on the flight out that ended up getting cancelled, I played a little bit of Assassin's Creed on the XREAL ones, which are these built-in screen video glasses. Now, I did 2 things with these in my flight, and I'm going to be testing it again. I'm going to put these on, and yes, it kind of does look a bit weird, right? That's what they look like on.
That's okay. They're fine.
Right? It's not too bad. I sat on my flight home that was then diverted. I watched the Netflix movie The Electric State.
Oh, God.
Which I downloaded onto my phone. And I watched it on a 147-inch cinema screen sitting in my
That's what I was going to do with this.
My flight.
The Quest 3. But you looked so stupid with them on, I couldn't do it.
Yeah. Honestly, this is phenomenal. Like, it's at the moment, my kind of gut feel is, and I'm going to be playing around with it more and testing it on different devices. My gut feel is the use case is super specific in some ways. Like if you travel a lot, the idea of having whatever content you want on your phone and being able to just plug these in, the cord goes into the thing, you plug it in here, and you can do whatever you can see on any device as long as it connects via USB-C. It can play through these. Seriously cool. It's got audio in the headphones if you're out and about, but you can put on a pair of headphones like I have, which is works great. These were so
Cloud
cool.
gaming should be really good on those.
I couldn't believe that Ralph just did that as well. Like I popped in as an appointment to try them out and have a chat about the technology. And he just went, hold on a minute. And he just comes back and he goes, here. I was like, what? He's like, for you. You got to write about them. I was like, it's very kind of him. So I will check them out. But there you go. Very nice, Ralph. To let me
like I
try
said,
them
we
out.
follow each other, and I always see him retweeting and tweeting, and they look so cool. They look so cool.
He's wearing the sharpest yellow suit that you ever did see. So
The Banana Man.
very nice of him to share these, and I will. I'll give him a full run through. But yeah, thought I'd share that.
I feel like that sort of tech is where AR should be heading, rather than giant headsets.
Yeah, that's what they've been trying with these especially. Like that's the rumor about Valve in their next thing being something
Apple as well. Allegedly, supposedly,
Mr. Banana.
Apple. Yeah, allegedly, supposedly, Apple is sort of moving away now from the Vision Pro, and in the future, they're looking towards glasses that require your iPhone be nearby.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
I mean,
my iPhone goes everywhere with me,
Yeah,
so I
like
have
big
no
screen
issue.
beyond. If you look that up, those are cool as shit. Like it's pretty much trying to offload processing and battery power, so you don't have to have this giant thing on your head that can
exactly.
Yeah,
These are just a monitor. That is like it does some very clever things. It's just a display. There's no power. There's no battery.
Yeah.
It has battery. It's dependent upon the device it's connected to. But the fact that it's narrowed down to just one cable, for use cases like flying and maybe if you're gaming and you want to game in bed and just pretty neat. It's pretty neat. It's really hard to show someone in a video review though. So I need to figure something out in that regard. I'm not quite sure what.
Like while your missus is in Cowgirl and you're just there playing on your ROG Ally. What?
Why you always got Americans? Honestly, they just come out with all sorts of.
We are the most freaking. We were all set up by incredibly sexually repressed people. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I really do want to try that, whether it's with a VR headset or AR glasses. I really want to get to web browsing while also getting the.
No, Nick, there's a whole thing with AR games, and there's a guy shooting zombies while he's with his missus. Like, it's a whole thing on the internet. He's like, you're shooting zombies while they're going to town. It's like, what the fuck? What? Life is cool.
I definitely want to give web browsing a go while also experiencing.
Yeah, you want to give gaming a go. And funny thing with the Quest 3, you can record everything it sees. So he literally is. You see him shooting the zombies, and they're all coming. But then
that's next level.
There's other coming in the corner.
That's next level.
Next question.
But yes, I have often received review codes one day before. itzFinn. itzFinn.
I think
itzFinn.
Didn't we do itzFinn?
No. I was going to, and then I read the question, and I'm like, nah.
Oh, that's
MVG
right.
short for time.
Go.
Okay, itzFinn. The talk / rant / clickbaiting / doom posting or juxtaposing of Xbox blending in with PC on paper is something I've always wanted. Granted, some just want only the console experience. Understandable, but one must go where the money goes, and the young audience is the old guard out of console. The old guard of console will be around. Don't worry about that. Question. Is it possible that Microsoft could hopefully stick the landing on the next generation console? Many times they've tried, but people always just seem to never give Xbox the benefit of doubt. Would love to be proven wrong here.
Most of the doomsayers don't actually know or give a shit. They just want to get clicks. They don't actually know or care.
I would say that Microsoft nailed this console generation already, outside of getting games out right straight out of the gate. Like hardware-wise, they nailed it. The hardware's great. Can't deny it. I think all of the hardware, the controller, everything that they built, Series S and X, solid. The problem they had was too many wobbles at the start of the den. The pandemic screwed them too much. If they can get the hardware right and the cadence of games right for next time round, great. Won't make a difference because people aren't going to abandon their PlayStations. End of story. And that's why they're doing what they're doing.
I think they have an opportunity. Now, again, you all know me. I don't have faith they'll do it. But I think Microsoft does have a genuine opportunity to not only stick the landing, but actually compete at a reasonable level with PlayStation next gen. But it's going to take a lot of nailing things for that to happen. So, for example, if they do manage to pull off the double combo of, hey, there's an under the TV box, but also this hybrid, that's a thing. And this console, if they do pull off the Xbox OS and they do manage to pull off Steam being playable on this box and Epic Games being playable on this box and all that sort of stuff, which in turn could potentially mean your PlayStation games on your Xbox.
Nick is very doubtful that Sony would allow it.
I don't think they... no, what... It's not that,
you don't think they would want it to, but you don't know if they could do anything about it. Yeah,
I just don't know if it's technically possible for them to block it. I don't know.
As is now, no. Because pretty much the launchers are a Windows license, and as long as it's just using Windows' version, there's nothing they could do license-wise.
I hope they can't block it. I hope they can't.
Shouldn't be able to, no.
So Sony still firmly believes in the console war and still take part in it. So if there's a way for them to block it, they're going to look for it and they're going to try and implement it. Fingers crossed they can't. And if they can't, and Xbox sticks the landing on the console, they get Steam on it, they get Epic on it. It's this open, beautiful thing, and you can do it all on there. That is a chance because that would be a very compelling device. Like, as we said earlier when Dim was on, PlayStation's bread and butter is single-player games. So as long as you don't suffer FOMO, wait for it to come out on Steam and buy it cheaper.
Most people do not suffer FOMO, as we have learned.
Buy it cheaper on an Xbox and play it there, where you're also playing your OG games, your 360 BC games, and maybe if you know how to jailbreak it, your Switch games, and away you go, and you've got everything there on this one device. That would be a very compelling package. But there's a lot they have to stick the landing on for all of those things to happen.
Yeah, the toughest part is the back compat, which is why they announced last year the whole forward compatibility thing. Because if it is a Windows machine, first and foremost, getting as much of your Xbox library to run on it, obviously like Kinect games and shit wouldn't, getting as much of that to move forward and work is their main task. Because at that point, like the Windows stuff just works. But the locking down a spec for what your reference hardware is, essentially, you got your Xbox, and you got your Asus Xbox, your Lenovo Xbox, and all that other shit. That's more expensive because they have some more bells and whistles. Yeah, they got more ports. They've got a slightly upclocked CPU or more RAM, that type of shit. But all of it just being one thing that works the same, whether it's the handheld or the console, and it can play your back library, is very compelling. It's not going to be cheap, but it's compelling.
Because I'll tell you now, regulators would love it. If Xbox just opened themselves up and said, hey, any store is on our console, regulators can't say shit. That's amazing. That's so consumer friendly and all that sort of stuff.
I think that's, Microsoft, I gave some rough outlines as I understand them, but as I said in the piece I wrote, I think it's they've got to get the messaging and the timing of all of this correct. I would say to Xbox fans, don't expect like this to suddenly happen within the next year or anything like that. But if you can envisage a world where Microsoft are like, hang on, we own Windows, the most open platform in all of gaming. You want to build something, you can build it. Go nuts. You can build anything you want on Windows and it will You can go and do it. It's an open source, open platform for anybody. If we can do that for games in a kind of shrunken down, hyper focused way for everybody again, why wouldn't we go and lean into that? Like that feels like a really, they've done it already. They could do it again. I don't know. I agree with you both. I think this is on Microsoft to land that plane now and get it all right, straight out the gate.
And they have to. They have to nail every single bit of it for it to work.
If anything, I would say to Microsoft now that they need to be like, it's just personal opinion. They need to be almost like, you know what, like all the naysayers and all of the, and the focusing on hardware as a metric. I would almost, if I were Microsoft, I'd be coming out against seriously like, what are you talking about? And then start talking, like being a little bit more bullish than just letting all of the kind of theories bubble away. I would start being a little bit more aggressive now. If you're confident in what you're going to go and do, start being a little bit more spicy. I think
that's actually what MVG said, something similar. He's like, before the narratives and stuff get out of control, they should say something now.
Absolutely.
Like,
they should get.
It's no secret. Spicy. Yeah, it's no secret that this is where you're heading. Everyone knows that this is where you're heading. Take back control and say, yeah, man, it's not happening now, but this is what we're doing. And in our perfect future, this is what it's going to look like. How cool is it? Now, people might turn around and go, no, it fucking sucks. But other people might turn around and go, oh my God, this is amazing. Like,
the big problem is, and even my piece, like I am theorizing on little bits of what I've heard, some stuff I know, some stuff I have no idea about, but I'm just guessing on what would I do, right? That's what a lot of these op-eds are. The problem is where we get little fragments of information and people will build a narrative from them, and that will be the narrative and it will stick. And I am just of the personal opinion that if I was big Microsoft or even Xbox within Microsoft, I would take a firm grasp of those narratives and either, significantly direct them and be clear, like this is the focus now and this is where we're going to go in a couple of years. We'll see you then. We'll talk more soon. For now, the games are going to continue to come and we're going to continue to do a great job on console. But and they have in some ways, right? They're like, yes, we're going to do hardware. Yes, backwards compatibility is still important. Yes, we're going to care about taking forwards. They've tried to but it's too softly because of the uproar that they experienced putting things multi-platform. That they've continued that softly. But I think we've all learned now, and everyone's kind of understand this is just how it's going to be now. So now they can start being a little bit more divisive in their communication, and I think that would be a very good thing for them to start to do.
Curious what they say, if they say anything in June, especially because we didn't hear anything about a Asus handheld. Like everyone was so bullish about it at GDC, which made no sense to me. But I said, sure, whatever. You insiders are always wrong. Where the fuck's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, John? I said maybe April. No, they've already got 7 day ones in April. I bet you they don't do Call of Duty in April. But yeah, maybe we'll start hearing some stuff in June.
Like anything, explain the benefits to people. Show people why it's good. Don't just say this is it and then let people wonder what the fuck's going on.
There is an issue with if it's 2 years away, it's way too early because people are not going to pay attention.
Yeah, that is exactly the issue.
The people they need to get, like we will, but the public at large will not. So figuring out how to get it to them as well, get it to us without the public at large thinking it's coming now. Because if you're like, yes, I've heard the new Xbox is going to have this, and then it's a year later and like, well, it never came up. Don't give a shit. And then you can never get them back.
There's nothing stopping you explaining the benefits of something.
You can't explain the benefits of something until that something's ready to be talked about and is close enough.
Can I just perhaps think about how Microsoft speak? A billion, the blog post you just saw, a billion doors.
Billion doors.
Whatever the headline was. When everybody plays, we'll win. Think about how they've been slowly pushing in this direction for a very, very long time. This isn't new communication. The problem is that this industry is full of secretive behavior. People will latch onto one piece of information, or someone will write a headline in a certain way, and before you know it, That's not Microsoft's messaging. That's a leak that's been just assumed is happening, and then off we go, and so on and so on. So, I would say for us, they've been very, very clearly like, hello, anyone paying attention? They've been very clearly laying out this foundation for quite some time. I think that the transition to multi-platform releases and a more commoditized Windows style dev environment for the next Xbox is definitely a pivot shift because of their console hardware sales to a large degree. But it's also them going, okay, we keep playing the same battle every gen. Let's change the game. That's a perfectly okay thing to do. But it goes against 30 years of what we've all been trained to think about this industry, and the old guard needs to wake up.
As Matt Piscatella said, this is now a mature market. It's never been that before. Like, gaming's never been a mature market. So what do you do in that? Everything changes when you're mature because there isn't just constant growth anymore.
You think about the size of how much money gaming makes, but how young it is compared to something like music or movies. Like, it's a young industry comparatively.
But it's been making more money than both for a long time.
That's where now we're in the interesting new eras, right? So
the new Xbox
super chat. There's a super chat. I noticed that Jez was calling it era, and I'm like, hey, Xbox era. Super chat, $20 super chat from Grand Benefactor Assassin. If Sony can't block their games from Steam, they'll launch their own PC launcher where they will get 100% of the revenue. Will it work? Probably not. But Sony will never let their games touch Xbox hardware, hybrid or not.
If they have a Windows launcher, it would work on the next Xbox. It's just Windows.
Correct.
Like, they can't make it not work on Windows.
I had said on an older episode of the show, I've mentioned a few times that I had heard quite a while back that Sony was working on their own launcher. I don't know. I haven't received updates on that. I also can't explain why my source knew about the Sony launcher, because, again, that gives certain things away. But I had heard that they were looking at a launcher with cross-buy, cross-save, the whole lot. Now, whether maybe they didn't think it was worth pursuing it because of the deals they had with Steam and Epic. It could be maybe that now if they see Xbox going down that path, they might be like, fuck, let's get our launcher going. Because, again, my assumption is, I know that to get a PC launcher, they would need a Windows license. They would have to apply for, if they haven't already applied for, a Windows license for their own launcher. Now, I don't know how it would work. Is it then possible to block this launcher working on an Xbox?
No, as far as I know, if you have a program on Windows, it works on Windows. Like, that's just it. The only time anything like that happens is in the corporate sphere, where certain programs can only work on certain things for security reasons. But as far as I know, no.
The only way I think what you're alluding to, Nick, is happening is if it's branded. This is a grey area, and I don't know. This is just a theory. If it's branded an Xbox, and they like where you see copyright or trademark Xbox hardware, console, video game system, whatever. If you think about how games have versions or licenses to run, I don't know what the grey area is if they say, here's the new Xbox. It's Windows. Like, I don't know how that works, and whether Sony could say, we don't want to allow our launcher to run in this Xbox-focused Windows environment.
That's what I mean. I don't know the technicalities of it.
Having talked with people who do know, it's just the regular Windows kernel. It's just Windows, which to avoid any licensing issues. Like, when you're doing the Windows stuff, it's just Windows, which means there should be no license. Like, that's the theory behind it. There are no licensing issues. Your games work here. We're not taking a penny from you. People have to go buy it on this launcher. Like, the launcher is just running on Windows. It's right there. You can buy it in there. We don't get a penny. That's cool. But it's going to work because you're on Windows.
It all makes sense to me. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's all theory now. It's not something that's happened yet.
Exactly.
And
It's pointless.
the only reason it generates so much theory and hypotheticals and discussion is because deep down everyone knows what Sony's like around this sort of stuff. Like if Sony was on the surface appearing to embrace this so-called future, then no one would care. It'd be like, okay, well, PlayStation games will be playable on this future Xbox. It is what it is. Who cares? But because everyone deep down knows Sony will fight this fucking tooth and nail.
We've seen their PC, like the way they've gone into PC. It's still a very Sony way of going into PC,
Yes,
even if they're
very slowly,
the tiniest pivot.
ad hoc. There's no set. Some games came in 6 months. Some games came 2 years. Some games were 1 year. So, like, it's very ad hoc. It's very drip. It's very... So, if Microsoft turns around and drops a bomb and says, hey, guess what this new Xbox is? And we make it. It's a fucking PC. But it's also going to play your 360 games. And it's also going to play your OG games and your whole library. But guess what? It's playing Steam and Epic games. Yeah, but guess what it's also doing? It's playing your Steam and Epic games. Wait, doesn't that mean it'll play PlayStation games?
Yeah, and they've got games on GOG, and like they're also where they could block it with GeForce Now didn't have the rights to their games. They did choose to block it through the Edge browser. They didn't do that with the Boosteroid app. You can play them there. So there are always limitations on how far you can go.
I think you're half kind of right about something here, Nick, and I think the reason it causes so much noise and discussion is not just because people know what Sony's like, but it's because for the last year or so, Xbox fans that spend their time console warring on Twitter have had to deal with, well, why would I bother buying an Xbox when I can play all their games on my PlayStation?
On PlayStation.
And now in this world, the scenario is reversed a little, isn't it? Why would I bother buying just a PlayStation when I can
said
play
it earlier.
all of these games? And that's why it's causing a buzz.
And for casuals, it's just, I don't care. I like PlayStation. Or I don't care. I know Xbox.
Exactly.
The casuals don't give a shit. Then they're not going to move. It's us. Like we're pretty self-important because obviously you think of the way you think. You don't think of the way the casual thinks, who is like, I've got Call of Duty. I played on PlayStation because my kid doesn't give a shit about PlayStation, but he got one to play with his friends who just like PlayStation chat. It's what they know, what they use. And he's like, we should just use Discord. It's on everything. And they're like, no, I just like PlayStation chat because they don't give a shit. They work all day. They come home and they play this specific thing in this specific way.
That is why I think one very big positive to all of this, if it all goes down in that awesome console war-y way, where you'll be playing PlayStation games on an Xbox, that Sony would crack the shits about, should that scenario play out, one positive that could come out of it for everyone is that Sony takes backwards compatibility far more seriously and said, well, fuck, we need to find something else. Like, yes, we have our people that are dyed in the wool and they're just going to stick to PlayStation consoles forever. Great. But if we want to hold on to even more and even bring some back or stop those fence sitters from falling over the fence onto the PC Xbox side, one thing we can do is say, hey, you know all those PlayStation games you've got on PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games and now PlayStation 3 games you own digitally? Guess what? On the PS6... the PS6 is just going to fucking play them all. That would be something amazing Sony could do.
You know what I bet somebody does?
Around.
I bet you somebody takes your clip of saying, man, all these games can play in PS6, and someone's going to try and say Nick says PS6 can play all these games.
No.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. It was doing. I know, but you know how people are with clipping stuff. But yeah, no, I don't know how they would do it. It would probably just have to be via emulation, and they can't. They'll definitely need a disk drive then because they don't have the digital rights on everything for reselling.
No, that's
but
right.
It would be
PS1 and PS2 should be very easy to do from that from a disc perspective. PS1 and PS2 should be extremely easy.
They can't do PS1. They haven't had a CD. They haven't had a CD reader in their consoles since the PS3, I think. Okay, they cannot read CDs.
That doesn't stop them.
But you're saying from the disc. You literally can't read the disc. They can't read a CD.
But that. I know the PS5 can't, but that's not stopping them from having a reader that can in the PS6.
Well, they didn't with the 4 or the 5. I don't know that they would with the 6, but but the issue would be what is their incentive if they can't resell it to you digitally? And getting those licenses.
Digital's a lot harder though.
Yeah.
Digital's much harder for them. That's why the PlayStation and PlayStation 2 selection right now on PS5 is so anemic.
Yeah, they didn't have stores back then, whereas Microsoft always had a store essentially. Not really.
That's why I feel that to provide a compelling backwards compatibility package, they would need to have disc-based PS1, disc-based PS2, digital/emulated PS3, and then full PS4 and PS5. Both
they'd have a Blu-ray, so
digital.
PS3 could be physical, but it would definitely have to be emulated in that sense because. But again, like they'll look at it as what's the incentive, unless they really buy we need an extra reason for people to buy our hardware.
That was the hypothetical scenario I was bringing up. In a world where Xbox lands all this and starts to provide people a reason to not bother with a PlayStation, in the same way apparently people have no reason for Xbox, Sony would need something else in that hypothetical scenario, and a really good, compelling backwards compatibility offering would not be one such thing. I know that would definitely keep me continuing to buy a PlayStation console. If I'm like, because I've got a bunch of PS1 games right there. If I could just pop them into a PS6 and play them, holy fuck. If I can go and rebuy a bunch of PS2 discs and fucking play them, that'd be incredible. It'd be amazing. If they manage to read my PlayStation account and go, oh, Nick owns these games digitally on PS3. Guess what? They're all backwards compatible. Here they are, just like we have with 360 now. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. That would keep me buying a PlayStation. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
Again, we're just discussing hypothetical scenarios where if A happens, how does B respond? But again, as I said at the top, I don't have faith of Microsoft sticking all this stuff. I don't have faith that Microsoft sticks all these landings one after the other.
It's 100% their plane to land. I don't think they're going to get everything right. No one can. I don't think in this scenario. But
I hope they do. But I don't think.
I think there's a classic saying I used to use in my old job, which was if I could get 80% of something is better than 0% of something, right? So like if they can get 80% of the vision, well, that's a whole lot better than nothing like the vision. And it's really just down to how they execute. But I would just say to everybody that's expecting like big changes, expect, much what you've seen over the last year to continue to play out, expect new things from partners, but the big kahunas, the big stuff that you really want to see, it's a couple of years out, man. Like, just relax and play the great games. And I will say this is going to be a bonkers year. It's going to be a bonkers year.
It's already been. It's crazy. It's already been so hard to keep up with, and then they just keep announcing more and more for friggin' Game Pass. There's 5 games coming up between April 8th and 10th on Game Pass. Day one again. It's just, this is the 3rd time now in a year. Like, no one can keep up with it. The reality is why they also don't keep loading it up with ABK stuff, because they know the average person can't play what's on there.
I do want to call out, because we missed a member refresh chat from the lovely Nissa, member for 8 months.
He's waiting for you to say it because you always read it.
I saw this when I saw the reviews for Wonderstop. They were more for the devs rather than understanding the game. This is when we were having the review discussion.
Yeah. Apologies, we missed this, Nissa.
Yeah,
I didn't, but I was a little tipsy and I forgot. And I agree. I want to know what the heck Winter Burrow's at too. It's supposed to be spring. But yeah, that's one of the things. Like the people who review what they want, and I've seen that a lot with SkillUp, he's really good at writing and he's really good at the videos and all this stuff. But his review style lately has really focused on what he wanted something to be, especially in comparison to another thing he's playing right now. Like every RPG is just compared to either Baldur's Gate or Kingdom Come, and if they're not like that, then they get hit for it. Even though, like, your personal side of things, absolutely. But when you're discussing the game at hand and what the devs were going for, that it just feels unfair. They weren't going for that type of game. So if you're trying to grade it as a game it actually isn't and was not trying to be, that's just not, I don't agree with it on principle.
It's a tricky one. I saw a good clip of Skillup talking about reviews and referenced in the classic Donkey video where if they agree with the review because they like the game, it's the best review. And if you shit on the game and they don't like the game too, it's also the most honest review, and so on and so on, right? People just watch and then agree with what their opinion is already. And I mean, I don't know if you watched there was I think it's on one of the podcasts, he's discussing in more detail, like his approach and how he did thumbnails and stuff. It depends what you want. If you watch any content creator and you really value their style, you like what they like, you regularly discover things through them, I think it's okay in some instances, but I do agree that direct comparison, like this isn't like this, so I don't like it. Well, that's just like any review. It's just an opinion, but it's an opinion based on like not what it is. So I kind of understand where you're going there with that, Jess. I think
it's really hard.
I understand.
There's no one-stop shop. There's no one-stop shop on points either. How does your review scale work? Doesn't mean any. John's review scale doesn't match mine, probably. They just can't. We don't know exactly what everyone's thinking all the time, but we're one site and everyone goes, oh, IGN, ignore them. It's like, no, they have a lot of amazingly good reviewers who do play through everything. Like, they don't probably make a ton of money off of them, despite what everyone thinks. They don't get paid for any of them from companies. Marketing and editorial are separate. Like, they just have people who like doing reviews and they like having them up there, and then they make all their money on guides. But like there's no one-stop shop. There's no scientific method. I know GameSpot tried it in the past by having their whole mathematical spreadsheet that gave different weighting to different things in games. But in the end, every single score in general is pulled out of your ass when you're done writing the review and about to do the video. Like, that's it for me. That's the last thing I think of on a game. The very last thing I did when I scored Assassin's Creed Shadows, when I did the review, was the score. Like, the whole thing's done. It's written. I've got the video done, and then I wrote the score on the website, and I put the file into the video. And I was at a 9 in my head until I went through the whole goddamn game again. I was like, no, this is my favorite one in the series, and I gave Odyssey a 9.2. This is a 9.5. It is far and away my favorite of these types of games. It's not perfect. It's not going to get a masterpiece score, but it is my top. And that was after weeks of thinking about it, because I'd already been done with it well before the embargo. But like, it's always the last thing, and it's different for everyone. There's one guy I saw who has given one game 5 out of 5. He's given 10 games 4 out of 5, or 4.5 out of 5, and everything else for his 450 reviews is 4 or below. Like, he is very vehemently against giving a perfect score. The only one he ever did was Bloodborne, of course. He's on the lower end of me for From. But everyone's different. And there's no scientific method to it.
I'm actually annoyed in hindsight that I gave Streets of Rage 4 a 9.
You want to give it higher?
Yeah, I wish I had given it a 9.5.
Yeah.
Like, because after you two had explained a game being the best of that thing, I was like, well, yeah, Streets of Rage 4 is the best scrolling
at the top of that. I would agree.
It's the best one there is. And I should have gone closer to a 10.
You were in the older mindset of 10's best of all time instead of,
it's like perfect.
Yeah,
it's perfect. And I'm like, oh, in my head, I'm like, it's a scrolling beat 'em up. It's not for everyone. It can be repetitive. Maybe it's only a 9. Of like, for me personally, it was like, oh my God, it's perfection. But I was like trying to be level-headed, and I'm like, in hindsight, I wish I had gone closer to 10.
You're trying to be objective, and there's nothing wrong with that from a review perspective. But you still got to analyze your thoughts. That's why they're there. Your thoughts on the game, and that's okay. It's a love
Streets of Rage 4 is amazing.
One of the worst things about reviewing right now is the aggregates that mash 5 points into 100 points. It doesn't work. A 2 out of 5 is not a 4. A 3 out of 5 is not a 6. A 4 out of 5 is not an 8. And a 5 out of 5 is not a 10 every time. It's just not. You lose all that nuance, but also you can look at it from the perspective of what the hell is an 8.5 versus an 8? What changes that? It's just the way you feel at the time when you do it. There's no other way to get it. But also, I like having at least the 20-point system of full and 0.5s. Like, I don't want a 10-point system. Give me the 20-point. Let me have the 0.5s in between. Because there are some games where I'll be like, yep, Dynasty Warriors is an 8 for me. But this game's better than Dynasty Warriors, but it's not a 9. Like, for me, in the way it goes, in my hierarchy in my brain, which, again, it's all made up. Which is why I'm like, I greatly appreciate the people that actually listen to or read the review and then comment on specific things. If you only comment on the score, I don't care. Unless you make it clear you actually paid attention to the text of the interview and like, well, this reads more like a 6, but you gave it a 7. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll enter a discourse with you on that. But all the people that hop in and say, now a ugly, woke, or you gave it this score, garbage. I'm like, yeah, you're just, bye, go away. You're useless.
I love how miserably the whole narrative against Assassin's Creed Shadows is just kind of fallen on its ass by those crazy people. Like,
they've claimed victory, of course, even though it's now broken 2 million players in a day. Yeah. Famitsu is... Famitsu's thing's cool. If we could get 4 people to review every game, that would be neat as shit. But their scores are all the exact same. They're like 7, 7, 7, 8, 7, 8, 8. Like they're always the same.
9, 9, 9, 9.
They're always the exact same. So it's like it's a cool theory, but no. That's from Grand Benefactor Assassin.
Yeah, Grand Benefactor Assassin, which is also who asked the next community question. On the form.
Oh, we gotta bring it back. Maybe find it.
We've been very distracted. Again, not me causing the show to go for ages.
It's both of us.
The myth that
hey,
gets
it's fun. We haven't gotten to talk to John.
perpetuated.
It's nice. It's mostly you.
No, it's not.
Even tonight it's been mostly you.
Been. Not even close lately.
I was watching for a good hour before I dived in. You would.
Yeah, it's mostly you, Nick.
Bullshit.
We never say only. We say mostly.
Nah, bullshit. Assassin. Hello to Nick, Jesse, MVG, who's with us, and John, if he's there.
He is.
In an industry where there's so much negativity, it's good to see some good news. Assassin's Creed Shadows hitting 2 million players. South of Midnight going gold.
Woo!
Less than 2 weeks until the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct.
Woo!
God, that's come quick.
Yeah.
There's no shortage of great things going on. My question is, how long until Microsoft steps on another rake? JK, my real question is there any good news you guys hope to hear soon? Mine is praying the Persona 4 remake is real. Thanks for all you guys do. PS,
the PS
MVG,
is for MVG.
I know.
Yeah.
MVG. I asked Nate on Twitter about Banjo, and he said he hasn't heard anything. But have you? Thanks.
Nick has. He's heard that Banjo is cancelled forever.
I've even spoken to MVG when he comes down about Banjo. Look, I said to you guys when we had Phil on, don't forget about Banjo, buddy. Remember,
most people do.
There.
Good. So the Persona 4 remake thing came up because Ecstasis, who is, I would call him a rumor aggregator, but he doesn't always show it off as aggregation in the headlines. He's more like, so he will have his exclusive things, which is exclusive one is not that Persona 4 remake exists. That's from another guy who found a website, which is the exact same setup as Persona 3 Reload, which that website was created 3 months before Persona 3 Reload was announced. So now there's a Persona 4R website that got the exact same setup. So it seems real. His exclusive reporting is that it's also going to launch into Game Pass, which makes sense because the older stuff in Game Pass, not Persona 6 would not be. It's too big. Maybe eventually, like Metaphor ReFantasio might eventually be. But yeah, so Persona 4 remake seems possible.
Yeah.
The Persona 5R one would just be Persona 5 Royal, wouldn't it be? They already did the remake. Who knows? Yeah. I have no idea. Remakes are cheap and people love doing them. But yeah, the good news I'm hoping for in gaming, I can't say. John knows it. He can't say either. The end.
I can say something good news that
Ooh.
I know. And I'm gonna drop an interview out on it that I did with the developers on this, and I wanted to talk about it on the show before I let everyone go. If people like my reviews and they've read some of my previous stuff on narrative games or adventure puzzle games, so stuff like Hellblade 2 as an example, if you are aligned in my kind of like, I like a lot of those things. So think Dear Esther, What Remains of Edith Finch, that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I got to have a chat with the developers of Will Follow the Light, which had a trailer of the Future Games show. That trailer, that gameplay, and I don't know if you could pull it up, Jesse.
I could, but will I?
This was will you? This was made by 15 people.
It looked really good. I did not know that. It looks really good for that.
Right, and people look at it and think it's some sort of AA game. They fully simulated a yacht, like in terms of the mechanics.
Yeah,
of
that looked amazing when I was. If you're actually piloting that,
you're actually piloting.
Shit!
Right, so I interviewed the founder of the studio and the lead producer. I will have it up on XboxEra.com during the week. Obviously, things went.
Do it now. Awry. No, good. Don't go to bed.
But I just want to say this on a personal level. Speaking to these guys, the passion, it reminded me a lot of our team in terms of how like hungry we were to succeed. And the lead developer, like we were talking about story, and I don't want to give any spoilers or hints or anything like that. But he spent some time, like he's gone through some stuff. Like you could see it in his eyes when he was talking about it. A lot of this is based on his own personal interactions in life. And I'm like, there's a really good story in here. And like it really hit me, and it really hit how passionate they were. So go give those guys some love. Like I have a lot of high hopes for the game. I'm going to go hands-on with it at the London Games Festival in April. I'm going to try and pop up there and get some hands-on for you guys. Try and get a good preview together if I can.
And if the check clears, it's at least a 9. What? Oh shit!
But the thing for me that got me, and this is why I like loving talking about games. The passion coming off of these two was palpable. And the game looked phenomenal. Mm-hmm. So very excited for this one. Just wanted to call that out.
Yep, good call out. Future Game Show is good.
The good news I'm hoping for is that final batch of backwards compatible games that involves ABK. Why are you shaking your head?
I'm just going.
I'm nodding my head, yep. I like that too. Especially if they were able to figure out Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
I still have a lot of confidence that there's that one last batch of BC 360 games, and getting back Marvel Ultimate Alliance, even if only temporarily, Deadpool and all that sort of stuff. I still have a lot of confidence that's still happening. Be a nice showcase announcement.
Yeah. I wish I could get 3. 3 is a fun game. I just don't like playing it on the Switch. It's good on PC.
Again, Nintendo won't let it happen, but it would be good to have 3 running on decent hardware.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice looking on PC.
It would be good to be able to have that game.
Where'd you find that listing, Gentle Stone?
They're
in chat.
Oh, okay.
I think I have good news. Just found a listing for Dragon Age Veilguard PC Game Pass. If it goes into the vault nice and early, I won't complain.
But it makes sense, doesn't it? Like it's already on PlayStation Plus.
Yeah, and it's a phenomenal game. One of my favorite. It kind of my favorite of last year. I love the woke.
Okay, so now we're on the 4.
Yeah, a few more, and then John can take his 10 o'clock
there's
nap.
Still questions, fucking hell. Okay, first one is from Jesse Brother. Happy podcast 255 genitals and scallops. My question is for one particular genital, who I know loves fried scallops. Jess, do you know when that fix for Mullet Madjack is coming? I looked forward to playing it, but I get that crashing crap within a few minutes every time I try to play it. So I've already uninstalled it. The good news is, once it's in good shape again, it's a very small file, so I'll happily reinstall it. As I exclusively play games digitally, sorry MVG, I know you don't like digital things, but hey, you're still nrXic.
I do not,
not gonna say
unfortunately.
gyro.
I do know they are working on it because it was mainly the crash at the very end of the game, not early. So sucks that it's early.
The patch is out, I
Oh,
believe.
well, there you go.
I just saw it on Twitter. I
Nice.
read it, and it is out. And I can see 4 hours ago that they released a patch specifically to fix the game crashing on level 9 as it goes into the credits.
Well, that won't do anything for him. He was very early. Hopefully, it fixes that crash
on
too.
level 3. Okay. Next question.
Oh God, my ears.
Hytham G. Although I did ask you gents your favorite chocolate and candy, but aside that, really, have you gents ever been to a candy store where it makes you watery crave for a sweet on whatever selection of candy you gents want? And I bet your kids go a watery craving for a sweet too, just like I have cravings for those delicious sweeties. But your gents craving for sweets along with your kids? P.S. Jesse, how do you defy Hershey not being an American chocolate when it was founded in Pennsylvania 1894? And if it's not American, where did it come? The oceans out of space or a different region?
Never said it wasn't American. I just said it's not the only chocolate in America. It's not American chocolate is not Hershey's. They just ended up dominating candy for a while. But you can get like chocolate only and
They
a
do
whole bunch
put
of other
an
stuff.
ingredient from vomit in it.
Yeah, you love it. Admit it.
My
No.
There's a bajillion different companies that make chocolate in America, and some are very good and some are not. Just like anywhere.
my daughter's current craving isn't like a chocolate or a candy or whatever. My daughter's current craving is risotto, which is that Greek rice pudding. That's all she wants to eat, and that shit's very, very sweet. It's all she wants to eat at the moment. I got her one last night when I went to Nico's and got a coffee.
I got a Ninja Creamy, and I made a chocolate base with good cocoa powder. It's Hershey's cocoa powder, and that they do not put that ingredient. It's just cocoa powder. Delicious, amazing. M&Ms are good.
My son loves his M&Ms. My son loves his
It tastes
M&Ms.
like vomit.
Most American chocolate doesn't. It's just a few Hershey's things that do. Get a Nestle's Crunch.
It's just funny.
You know how I know that American chocolates and sweets are good? You want to know how I know?
We're all so fat.
Because a lot of Australian shops import them.
Yeah.
So if an Australian shop is importing them, they must be good.
You know we import, and I see every time, and I want to buy them.
Tim Tams.
Tim Tam.
Yeah.
Every
So you know
one I
they're
go
good.
to. Yeah. And it's in the British section. We don't have an Australian section.
Australia's, it's close enough. The funny thing that really made me laugh this week is orange soda. I don't know what you put in it, but I do know that on the bottle it says
Fanta?
contains no juice, contains 0% juice.
Yep.
Orange soda.
Yep.
You mean like Fanta?
It's like Fanta, but it's actually more like drinking the melted bottom of a Calippo, except it's fizzy. That's the best description I can give for American orange soda. It is not Fanta.
Depends on the brand, but you get like store brand and stuff. Yeah, the fake fruit sodas are not.
I like what you did there, Salva. So there's a Greek dessert, right? Amazing Greek dessert. Now, for English speakers, they're called yo-yos, because when you look at their form factor, they do appear to look like a yo-yo. But the Greek name for them is kok, right? Like K-O-K, kok. So, of course, Salva made a joke saying, I love cock. But they're so fucking nice. Like, I used to have one almost every day after school. My mum would get them from a local Greek sweet place if we had one close. And it's literally just two half cylindrical layers of sponge with this beautiful, very almost gelatinous custard in between. And there's just chalk icing on the top. And that's why they're called yo-yos, because they literally look almost like a yo-yo in dessert form. They're so fucking nice. But yes, they are called kok in Greek. So I found that quite humorous. But Hytham, to your question, I have made a very conscious effort to change my diet over the last 6 months to the point where I've literally dropped a pant size or two.
You were already very skinny.
I was. And I haven't gotten necessarily that much skinnier. I've just leaned up a lot. And I've done that. One of the ways I've done that is by breaking all my cravings. So I no longer crave takeaway. I no longer crave soft drink, and I no longer crave sweets, which I'm very happy with myself for doing that.
Sounds miserable.
No, it's fine because I don't crave them anymore.
I'm teasing.
So it's fine. So I had Macca's a couple of weeks ago, and I did not have a desire to have it again after that. I had it. It was fine. It was whatever, and that was it. And I was like, "Fuck!" I'm very proud of myself. So I no longer have those cravings, which I'm thankful for, because I'm almost 45. So it's very easy to let go at that age. It's incredibly easy. And I did not want to do that. So it's hard. But once you've done it, it's easy street after that. You don't have to cold turkey it. Cold turkey can work, but it's a lot more difficult. If you just ease off, wean off, you can do it.
Ease that wean.
But back in the day, mate, Tim Tams, TV snacks, malt sticks. Oh my God, I used to fucking smash those.
Smash them out with your XREAL glasses on.
Yeah.
Pow, pow, pow.
No more. No, I haven't had a golden gay time in a long time, JCTV. What I have now is I stick to connoisseur ice creams because they're incredible. I currently have Rocky Road connoisseurs and Cafe Grande.
I guess I'm going to have to do this.
Coffee flavored connoisseurs. Which are amazing.
Thank you.
Hey, you all had your turns making this show go ages. Now it's my turn. Next question.
Final question.
Is it?
Yep. We've done all the others.
Is it really? Oh, wow, it is too. It's a final question. It's the final question.
For anyone wondering, John said 20 minutes ago have to go soon, and Nick has not cared.
So what? You guys didn't give a fuck before. Last question is from Direct 3. Hello, gentlemen. With one of the greatest months in gaming for a while coming soon, what are your plans? How would those change if you don't do game reviews? My plan's to keep playing Rocket League and Fortnite.
What are we specifically talking about here? Is
South of Midnight.
April.
Switch 2 is coming?
Yeah, Switch 2 announced,
has a lot.
April already has just a lot of games coming, especially on Game Pass. Let me see, what are they all? I don't think we'll be reviewing the Commandos game. I don't know anyone on staff that wants to do that. Commandos Origins is coming. Oh, Grace, let me get this up here. Let me get this up with my XREAL glasses on. Ooh, woo. Yeah, April already has South of Midnight, Commandos Origins, Descenders Next, which I think John should do, Blueprints, which I am already playing, Tempopo, Player Obscure, which I'm going to do, and then Towerborne, which John is going to give new coverage on. That's just the things that are already there, all as day ones for the platform. And then May goes right into Revenge of the Savage Planet, Doom, The Dark Ages, to a T. Nick's not going to play any of these except for Towerborne. He'll play South of Midnight. Nick will play South of Midnight early and Towerborne late. John will play South of Midnight. Hopefully we got a couple of review codes and we can... I want to do like tandem tag team review stuff. Like I think that'd be a lot of fun to go through and do multiples on. You won't play anything else on there, John? For April?
No, actually, you might.
Thanks, BC Maverick.
Hey!
5 gifted memberships, thanks.
Thank you.
Mohammed Sharez got one.
Hey, and Terran.
Perfectly 1989. Terran and Chambo.
Two of
Where's
our
the fifth one?
executive producers did. Sometimes it has to find someone. It takes a while. Yeah, so
Give it to me.
South of Midnight, Descenders, Blueprints, and Towerborne. I think that's what John will play.
You might be right. I want to try out Blueprints.
Jason Schreier. So I was freaking talking with Grub about this. Neither of us has any idea why Jason Schreier is allowed to just constantly talk about how much he loves this game. He just keeps talking about it on social media. I'm
Which game?
Blueprints. It's coming to Game Pass and PlayStation Plus on April 10th. It's like this co-op, not co-op. It's a roguelike puzzle game. He just keeps talking about how amazing it is. I'm like, if you've got early access, we're not supposed to talk about these things. But he just keeps doing it. I guess when you're that powerful.
Nice to try.
Yeah.
He can do what he likes, damn it.
I'll have a review.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That's it.
And you'll want to play 2
That's the end
T.
of the
You'll want to
show.
play Doom.
2 T, I played 2 T.
Ooh.
Doom is May.
Yeah, I'm talking about May. So it's 2 T.
2 T is absolutely charming and wonderful and full of good vibes, and I am looking forward to playing more.
You want to review it? I don't know how busy.
Cool.
See, the only thing I don't keep offering things to you because I know how fucking busy you're going to be.
Shut up, Nick. Stop making the show drag on.
You fucking talked the last 25 minutes. You shut up.
Shut up, Nick.
Holy shit, we're 2 minutes into talking. You haven't. Shut up, Nick. Go
You're
put your
available
you
for
guys are
children's
fucking
parties.
go
by the
put your
way.
XREAL glasses on while you bang your wife. Jesus
You guys are
Christ.
deluded.
Okay, and on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful show that I turned up halfway
That's the
through.
end of the show.
and half-arsed my way around. But it's lovely to catch up with everybody, and I miss you all dearly, like a hole in... No, I miss you all. I do. Looking forward to getting home to Blighty tomorrow.
Safe trip.
Now, final question for everybody. To eat the time up waiting for the flight tomorrow, I have a choice. We're going to the cinema because we've got nowhere else to be, really. We can't really go all the way into DC.
Watch Captain America.
I've got Captain America on streaming services, right? The question becomes, do I watch Black Bag, which I've heard very, very good things about,
Mickey
Or-
17.
or Mickey 17?
Mickey 17 feels more like a theater movie to me. Black Bag, I think you're fine at home. I could be wrong.
Snow White.
Or if you just want
That
some
movie
good,
looks
dumb,
like
fun
rat shit.
Novocaine.
Oh,
Yeah, I love it. So.
I would say-
Novocaine.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, it's
It's-
okay. I won't say it.
What are you in the mood for? Are you in the
fine.
mood for an anti-capitalist Jung Bo-Hu movie? Or do you want Steven Soderbergh cool shit?
I don't know. We'll
Yeah.
see what.
Go watch
times are.
Mickey 17. They need it. That movie's going to lose $100 million, even though it's very good.
If you've got time, do some searching. You'll find information about Novocaine.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Anyway,
Thanks, mate.
that's the end of the show. Joe.
I'll be back for headlines on Tuesday with the lovely Jessie as we talk through all of the latest in gaming news.
Who's the lovely Jesse? Some other
Yeah.
Jesse I don't know about?
Until then, dear friends, colleagues, lovers, and
Thanks everyone for joining us.
neighbours.
Quest 3 prawn watchers.
Everyone in the chat, thanks for stopping by. We want to also thank MVG for making time for us. It was good to have him on.
He was very fun.
Yeah, it was good. It was good discussions, good times.
Look at Nick stretching the show out again.
Yeah, and I guess we'll see you all next week. Ciao for now.
Ciao for now.
There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying the stairway to heaven. When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed, with a word, she can get what she came for. And she's buying the stairway to heaven. There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure. Cause you know, sometimes words have two meanings. In a tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings. Sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven. Ooh, it makes me wonder. Ooh, it makes me wonder. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for leaving. In my thoughts I have seen rings of smoke through the trees, and the voices of those who stand looking. Ooh, it makes me wonder. Ooh, it makes me wonder. And it's whispered that soon, if we all call a tune, then the piper will lead us to reason, and a new day will dawn for those who stand alone. And the forest will echo with laughter. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. And it's thunder. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. It's just a spring clean for the May Queen. Yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, and there's still time to change the road you're on. Ooh, it makes me wonder. Oh, 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 oh. Your head is humming and it won't go, in case you don't know. The piper's calling you to join him. Dear lady, can you hear the wind blow? And did you know the stairway lies on the whispering wind? And as we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than our soul, there walks a lady we all know, who shines white light and wants to show how everything still turns to gold. And if you listen very hard, the tune will come to you at last. When all I want and want is all, yeah, to be a rock and not to roll. And she's buying us